All right, hello people from the internet. Hello everyone. Let's go ahead and play some Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. All right. Um, Last time we were here, I had a different color scheme for my console, so this is brand new coloring to me, and we shall see how it goes. I'm definitely not used to it. Um, yeah, the character that we are playing feels like it is probably a lot stronger um, than the one that I was playing on Monday and Tuesday. Like that one was a struggle. This one is okay. Man, I have to say that I am not a big fan of the color scheme because you will see, like this fire elemental is completely fresh and it's colored as if it was a bit hurt. So let me try a little something because I saved more than one color scheme. It has two color schemes, like the dark one and the light one, and I immediately went for the dark one because I tend to just use the dark mode if I have the option, but I figured that maybe something like this would happen, so light mode it is. Um, I don't know about this color for the fire elemental. I'm not convinced. This is supposed to be the light mode coloring, but it looks the same to me. Yeah. It may not be the light mode coloring. I'm gonna have to figure that out after the stream. Anyway, we have some books, including what is this? Portable pile driver. Yeah, I think I've heard of that. Hello, Cillian. Thank you for stopping by. Um, hmm. We have fridge. Man, this book got nerfed bad. It used to have ignition instead of Discord. I did change this color. Do I like this more? I'm not sure about it. Like I only just started playing, and I'm not sure I got the right ones. These are probably like the dark mode ones. Um, and yeah, I need to try the light mode ones because these ones, I don't know, they do not convince me so far. Mm, mm, yeah, from these books, I think plasma beam. No, we cannot use plasma beam as a gargoyle. Um, zombie hands, maybe zombie hands. Can we use bog? I'm gonna I'm gonna see if we can use bog. If I could use bog, I just get slime as my rune number 3, as I did on my previous character. I think I already have ignite poison, but I never got toxic radiance. Yeah, we have ignite poison. It's right here. It's already castable. Looks like my SSH grows in 8 color mode instead of 16. Okay, let me see if I can fix that. Maybe that is the problem. Maybe if I make it 16-bit, will be fixed. Colors. Allow terminal to use 24-bit colors is what it says. You've seen people have that issue and they have to do something in potty settings. Yeah, that's what I'm checking right now, potty settings. Yeah, maybe if I disable allow terminal to use 24-bit colors, let's give that a try. I don't know if I notice any difference. This spell is really good. The permafrost thingy. Yep, pretty good indeed. I am a big fan so far. But I'm trying it against elves, which do not have a lot of HP. But it kills the elves alright. It also kills dancing weapons, which are always a concern. Out of line of sight walls are not blue in 16 colors. I'm gonna have to look up how to fix it because I cannot fix it just like that. It seems that it's gonna be a bit more complicated than when you would think immediately. It's not just flicking one setting apparently. Um, but yeah, let us not forget that this is a Ru character, and by extension I can APOC, but I don't think I should APOC. Oh man, like I think that this color scheme is actually messing me up. Yeah, everything looks well, not everything looks the same, but these guys don't look how I am used to them looking. Hmm. Hmm. Give me a second. I need to continue messing with the colors. I perhaps should have tried that before I started stream. Oh no. I think I messed up my potty. Okay, this is gonna take a while. It's gonna take me a couple of minutes to get it fixed again. Yeah, I deleted all sessions because of the colors thing, but I didn't realize that the one session that I didn't delete doesn't have anything, and for some reason I cannot delete it. Oh well. What an inconvenient thing to have happen to me right now. mm, You think you got it in the PuTTY configuration window in connection data change terminal string to xterm 256 color? Connection. Connection. Why would it be in connection? Like that's a strange spot. Oh no, connection data. Change terminal to. Okay, I changed it. I'm changing the other things that also needs to be changed. Okay, let's see if that got the job done. Hmm. Okay. For a bit, I got rid of the colors, or I changed the color that was specifically giving me trouble into something that I can actually see, which is the color of this Deep Elf Knight. So still a little bit opaque, but it is better than how it was before. And also, I changed that setting that you mentioned, Cillian. Um, I'll try the other colors at some point, but for now, I think that we're gonna play how I am used to playing, how I have been playing for all these years. Adapting to something new in the middle of a run, yeah, it could have disastrous results for the run. Yay, normal looking console. As it always looks, yep. Mm, and well, now that we have gotten to this point in the game, it's all about all about not dying and not like making mistakes, because I don't think that we have been struggling that much. This has been a pretty blessed character, all things considered. Um, so I just have to take advantage of that and not throw in an unfortunate way. I think with a full palette instead of 8 colors, I do not immediately notice a difference, but maybe it change in some way. I don't know. I don't think I care about any of those. Nope. Books. Um, LRD, maybe I get that. LCS. It's in the Book of Armaments. I don't think I get that. LCS is not an amazing spell. Also, I cannot really cast it yet, and I'm not sure I want to continue training for those things unless I get Shatter. Like I'm not a fan of Crystal Spear now that there's other options. Like for example, this Permafrost option spell, I am greatly enjoying. I feel like it does a lot of things that I like when it comes to spells. It is ignores armor class and ignores evasion, and it does good damage that is cold based. Mm. Yeah, I messed up a little bit there. You can tell that I just started stream because I'm not as focused. That is the unfortunate reality of like pausing a character in the middle of playing it. You kind of lose concentration, but then again, you also can lose concentration if you play for too long. So yeah, long crawl characters are kind of rough at times, especially when they're mages. At least that's how it seems to me. When they're melee characters, it's not that much of a problem. Never got Crystal Spear castable, but it sounds pretty fun because it's just a late game version of Magic Dart. It is just a more powerful version of Stone Arrow or Iron Shot, known as Bombard nowadays. It's literally just the same. Hits for more damage. Is the only different thing, which is not bad. Definitely, we like that. Oh wow, that's two Master Archers. That could be a problem. Okay, wow. Wowee, look at that. Look at that. Hellfire Mortar completely destroying the Master Archers somehow. You never realized Iron Shot was renamed into Bombard. Yeah, now it can also push you away from where you're shooting, which can or cannot be useful. We have 7 enchant weapons. Ah, now I can see the enchant weapons. Beautiful. Now I can see it. Um, so with this, it's 8 enchant weapons. We need only one more. And wow, now we're finding books. Oh, Magnabolt. Magnabolt. We found Irradiate, though. Nah. Nah, I don't think we need Irradiate anymore. The property is quite annoying when Cobalt Blast Miners get away from you. Yeah, they are pretty nasty, those guys. Part of a serious buff to Orc because those guys didn't used to exist. They're rather recent and they're pretty powerful. Nice blink. Okay, so I think I understand this now. I get it. So it's well, not that. This. It says 2 times 4 dice of 11. And what happens is that the first time 4 dice of 11 is rolled, it is undodgeable, and the second time it is not reduced by armor class. Is that how it works? Or maybe the second time, since it's an explosion, it doesn't check armor class or evasion. No idea. But anyway, it seems like a really, really good spell. Yep. I think that these spells are a nice addition to the game. From whatever little I have played with them, like Ice Earth, Fire Earth, and now I have Air Earth at my disposal. But that one might be a bit too much for me to get. Um, I think we can get away with 12. Ooh. Do I think this character has enough spells to win? Yes, I do think that I can just win with what I already have with this character. This situation could be immediately problematic, however. I'm gonna try to make it to the stairs, but I'm probably bringing this Blade Master with me. I have 39 armor class, so it shouldn't be the worst situation ever. No, I should just cast it on a straight line. I think casting it on a straight line is best, because that way I can just float over and troll melee monsters. Like that Blade Master. Yeah, Hellfire Mortar. Amazing spell if you have flying. I don't know if you don't have flying, if it's that good, but with flying it is fantastic. And I guess also Staff of Earth. The Staff of Earth may be stealthily influencing my opinion of these spells because I have extra spell power, and by extension they are way more powerful than they would otherwise be. But at least it's going well for this character. There is one thing that if I got, I don't know if I could resist, and that is Shatter. If I found Shatter, maybe I would try to get Shatter, but it would be very difficult with the armor that I have, and I don't really want to lose the armor. I like having the armor class. So yeah, there was a thing that I wanted to buy. Yeah, these things in Elf, Potion of Haste. Yeah, let's buy those. Let's buy this LRD book. I wonder if I should, because what if I find? Nah, let's just buy it. Like, even if I find a caravan, better buy something that I'm gonna use immediately. And this does have LRD, so I am going to use LRD immediately. It's a great spell for Elf. Though I'm not sure if it's better than Permafrost Eruption. Let's compare the damage. It says 2 times 4 dice of 11, and LRD says 3 dice of 26. And LRD is completely hosed by armor. Armor destroys LRD. Its damage is strongly reduced by armor. Max 3 dice of 44. I wonder if that means max when I have max spell power. That's probably what it means. Man, damage numbers in Magic. How magical is that? Damage numbers in Magic. Okay, now let's actually complete Elf 3. It would be unfortunate if we found a book with LRD now. Thermic Dynamo. 2 Thermic Dynamos. Okay, they must have some cold resistance because they were tanking that quite well. Okay, yeah, bring it on. Where did that guy come from? What a shame that I used Tapok and most of my mana, and then this guy appears. That is going to be a little bit of a problem. Good blink. Very lucky. If you're wondering why I cast Hellfire Mortar like that, it was to block the path so the Master Archer couldn't follow me. High Priest with Ponder Plate, so Ponder Chainmail. So we're not casting LRD versus that guy. Okay. For a second, I thought the Hellfire Mortar was not gonna kill it. Like the power of +8 Ponder Chainmail, very tanky to kill. But fortunately, it didn't actually happen. Okay. That's an okay ring, cold resistance and resistance to negative. My current ring of cold resistance is a cold resistance 5 dexterity ring. I think I like it better. The 5 dexterity might do a little bit more than the resistance to negative for my character. Oh man, this permafrost spell is fantastic. When people were saying permafrost is broken, they were not lying. It does seem pretty strong. Started your own Gargoyle Earth Mage. Swamp is actual hellfire for you. It is pretty nasty. Are we done? No way we're done. I feel like we haven't killed enough elves. Enchant armor. I mean, I am wearing only artifacts. I think I am wearing only artifacts and a glove and a pair of gloves of hurling, which are yet to be upgraded into artifacts. Okay, we got bog. That's nice. And also zombie hands. I was thinking about buying zombie hands earlier, so I don't have to buy it now if I want to use it. Okay, zombie hands is at 3% already without having to train any necromancy. And it's got some okay spell power, so maybe I do use it. Might as well pick it up. There's no reason for me not to, even though I'm probably not gonna use it that much. You just spam casting Permafrost plus a Stone Arrow plus Toxic Radiance Ignite Poison. Lava Bolt spell is so unusually packed. Shoots lava, changes terrain, spawns a turret that slides on the lava path and shoots enemies. So much going on for a single cast. What it does is that like it just shoots the lava, and the guy that you summon is the one that shoots the lava bolts, the magma bolts. It's pretty good, pretty mana efficient, but it doesn't deal damage directly. Um, Very mana efficient, but not very bursty, kind of like Polar Vortex. We got 12 ice magic. Oh, these guys have -2 alchemy. I thought they would have more than that. Man, do I want to go for... No, I shouldn't. Like, I was thinking maybe go for Bog, because Bog is one of my favorite spells, but nah, let's just get some more armor, and then let's get more fighting. Maybe instead of getting armor, I should get like 10 levels of dodging. Just so I get to like 12 evasion or something. It's probably gonna be okay. Yeah, as you can see, like it doesn't do anything if you directly aim it at a monster. If you directly aim it at a monster, the guy that you summon doesn't last for very long. You have to aim it away, and then the guy slides through the lava, and it kills everything. Best used if you have flight, for obvious reasons. But yeah, the digging utility that this spell has is crazy. Like that is actually insane. Um, Let me see if I'm leaving something behind before I leave this place. No, not really. Okay, man, this character is pretty good. Like I insist that apart from HP, I am almost ready to just do SOT. Utility plus damage is just broken. Yeah. I have been enjoying this character, which is surprising because it is a mage, and I didn't think it was gonna be a fantastic mage. Human fire elementalists? Are you Railbird or something? Are you secretly Railbird's son or something? Because I used to have a viewer that was called Railbird who only played Human Fire Elementalist of Sif Muna. That was all he played, and I was like, don't you want to play like any other species or backgrounds or gods? And no, he always played Human Fire Elementalist of Sifuna, and he always got the same spells. And he played very, 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 very slowly. Like it's crazy. I don't think he pressed O ever, um, or he tried to avoid pressing O, which is absolutely insane to me. I would never play this game without Auto Explore, but that's how he liked to play it. Yeah, haven't seen him in a while. I hope he's doing well. Um, we are done with Elf. Let's go do bolts. Not pressing O sounds like literal torture. Yep, but that's how he liked to play. Oh yeah, this is spell bullies melee. Melee monsters. Look at that. Look at that. Like, good luck catching me, Mr. Dire Elephant. Oh man, I feel like this is gonna be a funny bolts experience. Senata. Hmm. Hmm. Oh come on. You don't summon anything, Senata. Oh, okay. Of course she summons something immediately. Okay. That could have been a lot nastier than it ended up being. Senata is a dangerous unique, even with big armor class, which we kinda have for a mage. Senata can blow you up very quickly. You know about Railbird? Playing Railbird's combo is just pretty fun. Funny, but you don't want to do Sif Muna every day. Definitely not playing without O. Yeah, pretty interesting. Um, I like positional magic, but I think that positional magic makes it so that almost inevitably your crawl games are gonna last longer because of it. Because every turn there's more to think about than just press staff as you would with a melee character. Um, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but if you don't want your games to last long, consider not playing a mage. Melee characters are much better for when you want your games to not last forever. Okay. Shouldn't Apoc like that. It is a rather irresponsible use of Apoc. Oh, that was not a good Hellfire Mortar. I thought that it was going to shoot at the guys as the guys were catching up to me, but like it's definitely not doing that. Um, Intelligence, we got to level 21. Pretty good. Can't believe Brom is still kinda doing something at this point. Um, Battle of the Boulders. Ha, amazing. So I hope that you all have a nice weekend. I have not really done anything in my weekends for like a month at this point, but I might go out this weekend. Might go out to Mexico City, see what I can do over there. You found that Fire Elementalist is quite a strong background for Prealer. Yeah, Scorch is not, and Foxfire is also really strong. But really, the MVP is Scorch, and it's especially strong for 1v1s because in good conditions, such of line of sight for max range, they just can't survive being inner flamed. Tickled by Foxfires and finished off by Scorches. When you reach lair, things get a lot harder. Yeah, like it is not great for dealing with like Jack bans, for example. Um, It's much easier to get swarmed there, and Death Yaks and Elephants don't die as easily. Absolutely. There's Flame Wave, but Flame Wave is a complicated spell to use. You gotta be kind of tanky to be able to use Flame Wave. Hmm. What a great spell this is. It's not fantastic for bolts. As you can see, I cannot destroy the rock or the stone rather. It goes rock, stone, metal, and this place does have a lot of stone and then later metal. So so there is that. Asterion was free, which is pretty nice to see because Asterion is not free very frequently. Um, This time I didn't really over prepare or anything for dealing with Asterion. I just did the same thing that I've been doing against everything, and Asterion died, which is a pretty good indicator of the power level of this character. Watching me play makes you want to play this game again. You love to get your first win. Surely you can get your first win. Like I am pretty good at getting people their first wins. Because of the whole thing where I explain my train of thought in thorough detail. People absorb that or learn from what I say, and then they apply those things to their own games. Maybe they even hear my voice in their inner thoughts, and they're like, "Oh yeah, this is what Night Settler would do in this situation." And Night Settler is kind of decent at winning in this game, so let's do that, and then they win, or at least that's what I would like to believe. But I have had people say to me that like because of what I do, they enjoy the game more. So you might find yourself in that situation as well. The only way to know is if you try and let me know. And yeah, I don't have that superpower for other games that I do enjoy a lot. Like for example, when Tebi released, Tebi is a Metroidvania that released late last year, and I played it on stream in its entirety, and like no one watched it. But it's okay because I had a good time playing it. Um, Tiles are back great. Tiles are never gone. I always have tiles on the stream because as I have said in the past, like at the start I used to stream only console and no one watched. So it was only when I switched to tiles that people started watching me play this game. And this is really messy, but it is powerful. Like I don't think that anyone can say that this is not a powerful character, but there's so many things going on, and like you have to analyze the situation quite well because if you make a mistake, you can definitely die with fighting in the open versus so many things. But Hellfire Mortar is getting the job done. I shouldn't epoch. I'm just gonna draw out power to heal myself. For big HP. Okay, we bombard and miss the Thunderhook. And then we stun arrow and hit the Thunderhook. That is convenient. These guys have high resistance to fire, so they're not getting killed that well by the mortar, unfortunately. They're also not grouping up in an ideal way for me to use permafrost. Okay, out of mana. But I can just use draw out power. The drain that draw out power causes is tiny compared to how powerful it is. So you can use that a lot more. And I really didn't use it as much as I could have in my last stream. Your Hellfire Mortar is destroyed by the freezing rate standing in front of it. Hellfire Mortar seems pretty OP with flight. You have to not only have flight, you also need to be very good at surviving, because it takes a while to do its damage, but I feel like it does pretty massive amounts of damage compared to most other spells in its level. And monsters keep coming from every direction. Cannot catch a break. Oh, but I guess that monsters keep coming because it does say that with a deafening crack. That is crawl. The crawl way to say, yeah, that this makes a ton of noise, like actually ridiculous amounts of noise. Closing the door on monsters that can open them is such a satisfying move to do. Yeah, such an important thing to do as well. Sometimes doing that is literally the thing that you need to do in order to save yourself. But you know what's more satisfying? Trolling melee monsters with this spell. It is profoundly satisfying to just. This is like pillar dancing if you think about it. It's pillar dancing, but I can produce it at any time that I want, which is yeah. Like look at that, poor deep trolls. Did you see that? They didn't stand a chance because of what I'm doing with this Hellfire Mortar spell. It's pretty crazy strong. But you need flying. Without flying, it's just not the same. We have salt. Should I do salt? The answer is absolutely not. Because if we do salt, we cannot use permafrost, or like not permafrost, Hellfire Mortar. Though permafrost may also be loud. No, a bit loud. And this one says extremely loud, yeah. That means that yeah, bad things will happen if I go into Salt. I'm gonna forget and I'm gonna cast it, and it's gonna alert the whole level, and I am gonna have to fight everyone at the same time, and that will get me killed. Life is not about getting killed. So, and also I already did Salt for the tournament, so I don't have to go there again. Wakes up all the monsters in the level. Is that really how loud it is, that it wakes up all monsters in the level? I mean, I believe it because I don't think I've seen any sleeping monsters since I first cast it. That was 18 fighting. Oh no, that was 10 dodging? Or was I also training fighting? No, I was training dodging because I already had 18 fighting. Aha, so now we are going to get 24 fighting because I want big HP, or as big as it gets. Because it's unfortunate, like the unavoidable reality of being a gargoyle is that you are not gonna get big HP. Yeah, we are not an ogre or a troll or anything or a human with dragon form. Like we're not gonna get big HP, but we might get enough HP to make things not terribly problematic. 140 HP is already pretty decent with the power level that I have at the moment. Per moment of Crow allowing easy kiting. It's more like not quite allowing, but like making it so that if you assemble all the pieces, you can trivialize melee enemies, which, yeah, like the pieces are a level 7 spell and flying, and the ability to be tanky enough so that rangers, ranged enemies are not that much of a problem while you kite the melee monsters. Um, so yeah, it's a lot of pieces. Which is most likely not gonna come early enough for you being able to trivialize or melee only monsters to be that impactful. It's still a nice thing to have, so we take those. Now I have the Scrolls of Enchant weapon to fully enchant the Demon Whip and go into the treasure trove, but we're pretty close to depths. Or to the power level required to do depths is what I mean. And I could also just find a demon whip from a guy here. Like if Marjorie Band appears, there could be a highly enchanted demon whip, and then I don't have to buy the scroll. Uh, we're also in a really good position. Like it's not like my gear is bad or anything. It's not like I am looking forward to getting anything. There's no immediate needs for my character, and so that makes me feel like I can get away with postponing going into that treasure trove. Like if it had arrived earlier when I actually needed things, I don't know how much early that would have needed to be because I feel like this character has been pretty strong for the whole run. It's been slow because that's just the unfortunate reality of playing a mage in this game. Um, but it's been strong. So yeah. Oh, caravan. I did call earlier the caravan, but fortunately we have almost 2,500 gold, so um, we can probably go into the caravan. Man, Permafrost combined with Hellfire Mortar is kinda pretty powerful. I do want to go into the caravan, so I'm gonna read magic mapping to find it. Okay. We can easily reach it. Probably a couple of fights between here and there. But not enough to be a problem. How is this guy flying? Oh, maybe it is not flying. Maybe it is. Yeah, the path ended there. Wand of Light would be a nice thing to have if I could actually make use of it, of course. But I sacrificed the use of evocables for the unlimited power that got me to this point in the game. Yep, it is a sacrifice that it is very worth it to do that sacrifice. Um, gonna rest my mana. No reason not to. We're not so pressured in time that I am about to miss the gauntlet or something. Hope the loudness of this spell doesn't make you kill the whole level before you can enter the caravan. Me too. Me too. I already got into more fights than I was expecting. Um, I wish I had Reach, and I just realized, and I have it in my inventory. Or well, if it's not here, I have it in a shop. The point is that I can acquire Reach, and I feel like Reach would be a nice thing to have on my character, or maybe not Reach, but Magna Bolt, which I also have in a shop. Let me read that once again. I do want to try it at some point. Um, Magna Bolt. Envelops a target in a thin layer of magnetically charged metal fragments, then unleashes a powerful surge of electricity that arcs unerringly towards every visible target coated in these fragments, firing an additional beam at each target thus marked. Magnetized creatures are additionally unable to evade attacks and will be revealed if invisible. Unable to evade attacks means Magnavolt into Crystal Spear. That's what it means. Um, that's nice. I like that. So if I understand correctly, Magnavolt is single target, but then it like you first target it at something and then it targets and then you target something else with it and it still shoots at the first thing. Um, I think that would probably fix my problem of like having a situation like this. But Rich would also do the same thing, like dimensional bullseye. Yeah, probably like dimensional bullseye. The thing is that Magna Bolt affects the spells too. When it says cannot dodge, that means cannot dodge Iron Shot, cannot dodge Crystal Spear, taking things into the context of I am an Earth Mage. And it is a high level Earth magic spell, so yeah. If you can get Magnavolt, it is precisely so that you do the same thing. Oh, I thought that I was going towards the caravan, but it's just a normal shop. Okay. I can reach the caravan, not so without a lot of problems. So I just do this, I guess. Should have stepped on the door first to block them off. Yeah, I'm not going in the right direction. This is pretty busted. Like I am dominating these monsters while walking towards the caravan, so I'm moving around and I'm also killing things without putting in a lot of effort. Like it's such little investment for such huge reward. It's one turn of an action and it does so much damage to so many enemies. Yeah, once again, uh, it might be because of the spell power, it might be because of the flying, but at the end of the day, is that the reality is that it is a great spell for for my character. Like it is doing wonders for my character. LRD works well. Does that kill the leech or the leech? No, it did kill the leech. How much damage does that deal? 3 dice of 27 must have gotten a good roll. I'm out of mana, but I'm not out of enemies. Draw out power. Didn't really give me that much mana, but it's fine. Hellfire Mortar on Tengu. Don't Tengu have terrible aptitudes for Hellfire Mortar? Let's see. Tengu aptitudes for magic. For magic. Yeah, okay. Tengu fire is -2 or no, it is +1. It is +1. I was confusing it with Spriggan. Tengu fire is +1. Tengu earth is -3. So yeah, could be rough. Not impossible, but it could be rough, and most likely there's better ways to spend your experience. Mm, Okay, mistakes were made. I probably shouldn't have done that. But wait a second. Oh my, I just realized. There's actually 3 shops. Like, there were 3 portals. I should have paid attention to the level because looking at this kinda obviously looks like it could be a portal bolt. Man, so I have to fight the whole level for that pretty much. Oof. And what if I read a tele? Yeah, because I don't have any mana. And this Tengu River does repel missiles and has a lot of HP, so cannot really kill it with what I have. It has repel missiles, so stun arrow is not gonna kill it. Brom would probably get rid of it, but I'm not lined up and I don't have the mana. LRD would also get rid of it, but I don't have the mana. So yeah, we just read Tele, and Tele might get us where we want to go. I cannot believe that the loudness of this spell did make me kill the whole level before I could enter Caravan. In fact, I might not even be able to reach the Caravan because I've been fighting everything. Beautiful. That really went great. And there it is, the bazaar. Let me pick up this money real quick. Okay, going into the bazaar with 2,700 gold and a lot of space. Let's see what we get. Nothing. An orc. A scroll of tele, I guess. Some haste. Okay, that's nice. An enchant armor. I don't have that many of them, but I feel like I'm wearing the armor that I will be wearing for the rest of the game. I don't think I'm changing away from that. Yeah, I don't think I'm changing away from that. I'm thinking about what if I use fire scales instead of this +6 scale mail? Like I can enchant the fire scales higher and they protect me more. Like they have more base armor class. They also give me 2 pips of fire resistance and weakness to cold. We could take off the ring of fire resistance and replace it with a ring of cold resistance, and then we would still have cold resistance to 2 pips of fire resistance. We would lose 9 intelligence by doing that. Okay, so it's not worth it. I might still buy it because if there's nothing else to buy, I might still buy it. Manual of Ice Magic. So Manual of Ice Magic means that I could get rich pretty easily. Yeah, Succubus rich. Fail 26%. Damage 4 dice of 16. Max 4 dice of 29. I do like the idea of rich. So I'm probably gonna buy that manual. If there, oh, it's pretty cheap actually. I'm most likely gonna buy it. We don't need Crystal Spear. We cannot really get Plasma Beam. It's super hard to cast on a Gargoyle, and we don't need it, fortunately. We don't need Crystal Spear. We are not also playing the kind of character that Silence would be good on. That was more like the Merfolk that I played before this one. And yeah, that one didn't even bother to pick up invisibility because it was training too many different things. Okay, I'll train Ice Magic immediately. 150 HP should be okay for now. So that was an okay Bazaar. It wasn't like MVP Bazaar, but it was much better than they normally are, which means better than not getting anything is what I'm trying to say. And normally you indeed get nothing in a bazaar. I messed up a bit here. Yeah, I sacrificed my important space where I was spamming Ilfar Mortar easily. And now it's a little bit more complicated for me to spam it. Okay, but it turned out okay anyway. Yeah. This is pretty busted. Um, yeah, I find it crazy that a spell like this can exist in Crawl nowadays. Because it is, as I already said yesterday, a combination of a lot of spells that have been removed from Crawl. It is Digging, it is Conjured Flame, it is a Bolt spell, like it uses the Bolt targeting, and those spells were removed from the game because of that. Hey, look at that, the Stormbow. Where is the Stormbow? It is right there. I'm gonna pick it up as a trophy. But yeah, Apok is better than the Stormbow, so I do not regret sacrificing a hand. And even if I hadn't, I would still most likely not use that. I'm still gonna pick it up as a trophy. What is this guy? Ant Cannon of Freezing. Okay, okay, that's why. Yeah, I saw the clouds and I was immediately like, what is going on? 4 wins once again. Let me take. Oh, my amulet is just mana regen. It is plain mana regen. But the thing is that we already have incredible regen, incredible willpower. I mean, we don't need anymore. We will not need anymore for the rest of the game as long as I don't switch away from the gear that gives me that willpower. And I don't think I want to. The hat is just a hat of +2 sources of willpower, which is great. I would replace maybe the hat for a fully enchanted helmet or something like maybe a Randart helmet if it's better with properties that are more impactful. If I can find another source of willpower, like I only need one. You only need 2 sources of willpower with 3 willpower per level up character, and gargoyles are that I think. Gargoyle willpower +3. Yeah, Formicid gets +4. Gargoyle gets +3 willpower every level up. Um, so yeah, and also I should really go get refrigeration. Like it would be a great spell to have for harpies. Fortunately, I don't need it because we have LRD. But if those same harpies found me in the open, I would have problems. And here are the Hell Knights that I was talking about. Probably Marjorie Band. No Marjorie Band. Okay, it's just Hell Knights. I deemed them worthy of APOC because there were a lot of them, and I didn't want the situation to get annoying. Also, I think one of them had distortion. Yeah, so I didn't want to play any games. Now, where is the one with the demon whip? Okay, so now we are gonna need uh, +8 demon whip for this, I think. Yep. The wait was worth it because I didn't have to buy the scroll, and now I have 4 scrolls of enchant weapon in case that I need them at some point, which yeah, it's most likely not gonna happen. We can drop these. I think we can probably drop these things. I was a little bit excited for that +10 whip, but it turns out that there were no situations where I needed to use it. Fortunately, I guess. Oh, I have an unidentified scroll. We have 3 acquirements. Let's see what these acquirements give me. Book of Armaments, which, yeah. Boots of Fire and Cold Resistance. My current boots are boots of 5 strength. We take those off, I would go to 15 strength. Let me see what it says. Your evasion would decrease by 0.6. My armor class would decrease by 1.5. Yeah, we can probably get rid of those for the boots of fire and cold resistance because they're boots of fire and cold resistance. I think it's pretty hard to pass up boots of fire and cold resistance. Um, yep, that's the item. We'll get contaminated. We get wild magic, which yeah, it's fine. It's actually a bit of a buff to my character. And we only get wild magic. Okay, that's nice. Sweet. Now things just hit harder. Oh, you know what? I should stop reading those and just check the trove because the trove might give me um, something that changes things up. It might give me something that would make me change the acquirement item that I would pick. So so miscast of Permafrost, which is at 2% at the moment. Immediately after getting Wild Magic, that's definitely ominous. Yep, give it the item. Ooh, armor. Helmet of Sea Invisible plus Template minus 8 mana is pretty much a deal breaker. Um, Cloak of Starlight, I've never liked. Well, I used to like that item because it used to give like cold resistance and resistance to electricity or something like that. And then it got this Dazzle passive, and that is that. Ever since then, I've not liked it pretty much. These boots are not as good as the ones that I acquired. These globes, minus 2 intelligence is a deal breaker. Like my globes could be upgraded. I have globes of hurling, but they're not. This is not an upgrade in my opinion because of the minus 2 intelligence. Plate is underwhelming. Okay, Dragon King. That's a trophy right there. Even though I cannot use it. We cannot use those globes. Harm is bad. Um, interesting. Interesting stuff. Yeah. Anyway, even if I wanted, even if I didn't dislike the Cloak of Starlight, my current cloak is just better. Look at that. Who needs a starlight when you have sunlight? Sunlight is bad for you in excess, I guess. If you have a little bit of sunlight, it is a good thing. It is only gonna be bad if I take it off, and I really have no intention to take it off. Cold resistance is a nice thing to have, and willpower is also a nice thing to have. Um, I do have to say that with the addition of the boots, I could maybe take it off. Um, okay, let's reconsider the Cloak of Starlight. So Cloak of 4 evasion at the cost of 2 dexterity, which doesn't really do that much. I'll pick it up. Maybe I will end up using it. You were joking. So yeah, it's a shame that I got the scales of the Dragon King on a character that cannot really wear them. Huh. If you switch to wearing this armor, your evasion would decrease by 9, but I would gain 12 armor class. Um, yeah, just to show like why I say cannot use them. 52-3. My spell casting is almost entirely gone. Like somehow I can cast LRD and Ambrom. I can cast those, but that's about it. Not even Blink I can cast. Because yeah, I am wearing it with 15 strength and yeah, 3 evasion, but that's 3 pips of fire and cold resistance. If I could, but I can't. I'll try the Cloak of Starlight for a bit. Yeah, the drain might be a problem. Now I am at 100 HP. That's some pre-rework cat levels of HP. So we go back to bolts because we have not finished that. Oh, Wislav. That's nice because I wanted to go into a Wislav for the tournament. You know, it's nice that the tournament doesn't require you to go to all Wizlabs. You only have to go to one Wizlab. Having to go to all Wizlabs would be quite annoying. I still have not bought Fridge. Perhaps instead of going back to bolts, I should have gone and bought Fridge when I have the opportunity. Now I have to go into the Wizlab without Fridge, but it's fine. This is a very positional magic spell. Yeah, perhaps the most positional of the positional magic spells. It is constant positioning with this spell. You follow the mortar, so the monsters follow you and they get shot by the mortar. And by the end, you are positioned very well to cast another mortar. What happens if you aim the lava at an enemy? Let me show you. I might even shoot it if I have the opportunity. As you can see, it stops, and it doesn't stop because of the metal wall. If these guys were closer, you would see much better. But if I have a monster in front of me and I cast it, it just, like, I don't think it even works if the monster is too close. Oh, this would be a great moment for Fridge. Okay, let's see with this guy. It stops there. It will create only one tile, and the mortar will be created here, and it will cease to exist next turn. So what I have to do is precisely not aim it at an enemy, make it so that it makes the most amount of tiles, and it can go through the most amount of path before it times out. Oh wait, I have these acquirements, yeah. I mean, I guess let's check this book. Okay, I'll get the money. And final acquirements, Book of Scorching. Cactus Giant is not a bad spell, but nothing that we are particularly thrilled by this time. So we just get money once again. As you can see, it hit this Entropy Weaver, so it has less duration, but at least, yeah, it will deal good damage before then, before it times out. Enough damage to clear the level, actually. And maybe I should read another magic mapping to get to that Wizlav. Okay, this time I'm not gonna be fooled. It's very clear that the Wizlab is here. Um, and I am quite close to it, so we might be able to make it. Or rather, it's gonna be quite unfortunate if we don't make it, considering how close we are. Okay, some good old LRD. Why is that guy softly glowing? Why are you softly glowing? Did I do that? Is the Cloak of Starlight doing that or something? Oh no, Ru did that. Most likely, yeah, you focus your inner power and illuminate the Orc Warlord in Retribution. I keep forgetting that Ru does that as well. Um, that is by a mile the least impactful thing that Ru does, and it is still a pretty impactful thing because it sometimes can paralyze or blind or mute monsters. In fact, I don't know if Ru mutes monsters anymore. I think it used to at some point. Or was that Sin? Was that a Sin only thing? Who knows? Combining Hellfire Mortar with Lightning Sparks would really turn the game into tower defense. Yeah. I do have to say that I think by the time you have Hellfire Mortar on, you probably don't need Lightning Sparks anymore. Um, Sphinx has a 1% chance to hose me with Confusion, Paralysis, or Slow with 3 sources of will or with 3 pips of willpower. So yeah, you don't really need more than 2 sources of willpower. 1 is not enough, but 2 is okay. And if you really want to, you can use 2 and drink a potion of willpower if you find like a leech or something. Conjurer statues. Fortunately, I have one of the best spells for dealing with statues in this game in the form of LRD. So good, in fact, that I'm gonna put it on the quiver. Lots of Tango Conjurers here. Purple Draconian. Literal Sot monsters, but literal Sot monsters that I do not mind because they're less dangerous than Ghost mods. Yeah, I have found that the best way to use Hellfire Mortar is to not get fancy with the targeting and just like aim it at a straight line in a straight line, because if you aim it in diagonal, monsters can go through it. But if you aim it in a straight line, monsters that don't fly don't get to go through it. The fog machines are making it a little bit inconvenient to aim Hellfire Mortar, because the mortar is not gonna shoot when I cannot see what it would be shooting at. Like it's just not gonna attack, and it is a very timed summon, so any amount of turns where it is not doing its thing are turns where I wasted mana pretty much. How did I take that much damage? Oh, I got hit by double purple draconian breath weapon. Okay, that doesn't happen often, so it's okay. I shall permit it just this time, just this once, as Kroll gods tell you when you do something that they don't like, but you do it unknowingly. Like for example, if you read a scroll of torment as a Shining One worshipper, you get that message. Like rooks in shep and chess having no gaps while bishops do. Yeah, kind of like that. Okay, let's go back to permafrost actually. Permafrost and Hellfire Mortar also kind of have a little bit of a non-bow, because if the monsters are too close to the mortar and you use permafrost, it's gonna make steam, and the steam will block your line of sight. This Wizlab is probably among the easiest ones. The purple draconians can be nasty, but they're nothing to really write home about, you know? I'm gonna retreat because I have gotten hit by Orbs of Destruction from that for half my HP, and I do not need that while having other enemies on the screen at the same time. LRD, LRD, okay. What are the hard Wizlabs? Ooh, the Duelist one. The one with the Chief, what is it, Chief Duelist or something like that? Like the one from Jaras. I don't think you can search for Wizlabs. You can search for branches. Wislav. This doesn't tell me anything. Doesn't give me a list of wheel slaps. Um, well, the duelist one, the Born Gears one, which is one that has a bunch of undeads and a bunch of thingies that revive undeads. That's super hard, quite dangerous. The loot is not even that good on that one. Um, the Hellbinder one is pretty dangerous. The Cloud Mage one is pretty dangerous. Like the Hellbinder one is so dangerous that I just like tend to immediately get out if I get it. It's not worth it. Kind of on the same level as Desolation Assault, where it's just not worth it in my opinion. Yara's Duelist Academy, that's the one. That one is probably the most dangerous one because the unique that only appears there is really messed up. It dual wields triple swords, and like that's all I need to say. Dual wields triple swords, and that really hurts. Somehow it dual wields triple swords. I don't know how it does it. Not even Formis could get away with doing something like that. All right, we're almost done here. This is a Draconian Scorcher, purple Draconian Scorcher. Hmm. Is this guy new in this place? I think that. Oh wait. That Conjurer statue could ruin everything. I didn't register it because of the new glyph. Like the new glyph is really messing me up. You can see how it's a capital I. I need it to be back. I need it to be an 8 again, like old statues used to be. Um, I don't know why the glyph 8 was removed from the game. Yeah, these statues are like, is that a beta symbol? I don't know. Um, yeah, this one right here is what I'm talking about. I think it is a beta, but anyway. Oh yes, this would be a fine time to have refrigeration. I feel like it would be pretty good in the current situation. Unfortunately, there is nothing like that in my inventory or in my spell library for now. Eventually, there will be, like pretty much immediately after I get out of here. Okay, yeah, I saw it shoot the Orb of Destruction. I immediately repositioned away from it. Fortunately, while I am inside the walls, it is very difficult for the Orb of Destruction to hit me, like almost impossible, in fact. So the Wizlab, even if you don't have a means to survive getting hit by too many Orbs of Destruction in a row, like it's very easy to play around them. It is hard to get hit by them unless you get caught like right in the open. Even the edge of the level has like these walls so you can take cover. They have no prompt for stepping into excluded zones. I do like I have this message that annoys me that is like, do you really want to step over there? And I'm like, yes, I want to step over there. We got Fireball, a bit too late. I could have used that a while ago. We get Battlesphere and we get Freeze. Those are some pretty early game spells, so I'm not interested. Archmagi Robe. We are not really that interested in Archmagi Robe, even though it is good and valuable to some characters. It's just not valuable to this one. I would rather have the insane amount of armor class that this provides than Archmagi Robe, really. Oh, LRD. This is why LRD is so exciting to get in this place, because it destroys construct bands pretty good. I cast Blink accidentally. Oh yeah, LRD is probably the best to deal with construct bands in this place, which are potentially some of the most scary monsters that can appear here because of how tanky and damaging they can be. They also have high resistances, so yeah, pretty spooky enemies. Marjorie, what do you have today? Fire skills, plus 0 fire skills. As I said earlier, I was thinking about swapping away from my scale mail into fire skills, but yeah, I have come to the conclusion that it is not worth it. Maybe it would be worth it if I could fully enchant them, or if I found some really highly enchanted or over enchanted Randart fire skills, but if that is not the case, I don't think I care. Um, well, she has fire skills, and by extension, she's weak to cold, so pretty easy kill. Oh wow, she got an upgrade in her band. It used to be only Hell Knights, and now she has a Searing Wretch, which is an enemy that generates in Jaina. Have I ever watched Jujutsu Kaisen? So this is funny because I haven't watched it and I haven't really read the manga. I'm only like reading the ending of it for the memes because I saw that well, I don't know, like have you read the manga because I almost accidentally spoiled the ending of the manga and I stopped because I am a considerate person. Um so yeah, like I'm not gonna say anything else until you confirm that it is okay to discuss the ending of the manga. Um, but other than the ending of the manga, I haven't really seen much else Jujutsu Kaisen. Um, no spoiler, please. Okay, thank you for speaking up because otherwise, yeah. I'm just gonna say that there's something that happened for like 40 manga chapters, and at some point it got so ridiculous that I was seeing memes about it on the internet, and I was like, okay, let's just read this. Like I'm already as spoiled as it gets, and I don't really mind, so let's just finish reading it. And that's all my experience with Jujutsu Kaisen. You just got a crawl artifact that kind of referenced JJK. Really? Is it an on Randart? Because if it's an on Randart, I'm interested. Oh man, I really wish I had Reach. There's so many situations where Reach would be good here. Somehow the Searing Wretch cannot go through lava. I feel like if you're a Jaina monster that's supposed to be an animated corpse alight with terrible fire, you should be able to traverse lava even if you don't fly. The armored one, random artifact. I don't know if that necessarily is a reference to JJK, but I don't know because I haven't really read JJK as I already said. Oh, okay, not the greatest arena to be fighting those guys on. I got stuck and I couldn't spam Hellfire Mortar. Not spamming Hellfire Mortar results in fights costing a lot more mana than usual because you have to spam something else that will not kill things as mana efficiently as Hellfire Mortar does. Like in fact, going back a little bit to the JJK thing, the thing that happens for like almost 40 chapters of the manga is like crazy. Um it is like I was gonna make reference to something else that was also like super memed on when it happened, but I forgot what it was. There's a couple of things, but like it will also entail serious spoilers of big anime, so I might as well just not say anything in case you are also currently watching the thing that I'm thinking of. or might be interested in watching it at some point in your life. I'm a big fan of this Hellfire Mortar spell. Like I'm actually enjoying it quite a bit. Your Hellfire Mortar cannot move out of your way. Interesting message. You've been caught up to the manga for a while, looking for some other stuff to read once it ends. If you don't mind not manga, there is Parahumans, and I always recommend people to read Parahumans because I enjoyed it a good bit. The start is rough, but it gets going and then it just gets flying, and then it is really good for about 3/4 of its duration, and then it just stops being real good, and it's still okay, but it is not incredible. But it is still worth reading, even though it like slows down a little bit at the end. Yeah, it is complicated to talk about that because talking about it in a little bit more detail might entail a spoiler. But like, yeah, for humans, let me get you a link because I have it bookmarked because that's how much I recommend it to people. The non, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Um, yeah, I have a bookmark of it so I can immediately link it to people if I want to. Um, yeah, that guy, that author has a lot of works. If that one doesn't catch your eye, you can read another one of the works that he has. He has like five completed ones: Worm, Pact, Twig, um, Ward and Pale. And then there's the sixth one, which is gonna be shorter, which is called Claw, and it is currently ongoing. And I am almost up to date with it. And that one is intense. Like I was about to recommend it to people, but like there's some really messed up things that happen in that one, that can get too real for some people. And I like that's the one that prevents me from recommending it, but it is pretty good. I've been enjoying it. Um, well, I guess I've been experiencing it. Because of those things that prevent me from recommending it, I stopped enjoying it and I started more like experiencing it. You think you can handle it? Well, all of the works of that author have like stuff like that, but that one is a bit more crude because it is something that could feasibly happen in real life. The other ones are also have like kind of messed up things, but are messed up in the fantasy setting of messed up. It's like, oh yeah, you are a little bit disconnected because it cannot happen in real life. Like something like the things that happen in Berserk, you know that's not gonna happen to you in real life. But the things that he describes in the last work are things that could feasibly happen. So that's the thing that really gets you. Not how messed up it is, but how messed up and possible it is. Um, yeah. But anyway, let's go get Fridge before I forget about it. Because I am almost certain that I can already cast it. Wait. Okay, yeah, the other book doesn't have it. It's called The Elucidation of Refrigeration and Voltage, and it doesn't have refrigeration. What a scam. Oh, it does have Polar Vortex, but I don't think I'm going for that. Let me check this as well. Yeah, I'm not. That's a lot of ice magic. For why did I train so much ice magic? I accidentally overtrained it a teeny tiny bit. I'm not going for Polar Vortex. I'm not going for Polar Vortex. Repeat after me. I'm not going for Polar Vortex because it's too expensive and I shouldn't, and I should train defenses instead because otherwise I might die. But Polar Vortex would be fun if I somehow found one or two more manuals of ice magic, then I would go for Polar Vortex. But until then, I'm just gonna be sated with refrigeration because refrigeration is a real spell. It is pretty good. What is it? I should search for the spells a lot more. All right, this is a pretty good looking spell list. Refrigeration rounds it out, and now I feel like I have a spell for every situation pretty much. So yeah, let's see what else is there for me to do now that I am done with bolts. Am I done with bolts for you? Let's go check real quick. Yeah, remember no bolts 5 until or maybe I could go into bolts 5 immediately, just do immolation epoch and then just get out. Um, we have a 3% chance to miscast refrigeration. Yeah, it's gonna be a nice thing to have in the near future because there's been some situations where I think it is messy to use Hellfire Mortar. I keep thinking Hellfire Cannon for some reason, but it is Hellfire Mortar. Um, and refrigeration is gonna be wonderful for those situations. So Earth, Ice, Fire, I guess, is what we happened to train. And the ice magic thing was only possible because I found a manual of ice magic. I think I found it in an ice cave. Did I get a hard ice cave? Yeah, I did get a hard ice cave. It was pretty neat. Now that we are done with bolts 4, do I just go into bolts 5 already? Yeah, sure. Okay. Do I want to end it as a 3-5 runer or go extended? 3 to 5 runes. Yeah, no extended. Okay. Immolation might be overkill, but I would rather overkill than underkill. Epoch might be overkill. I'm thinking that maybe we fridge, and then we blink, and then we fridge again, and then we fridge again. I shouldn't have blinked because I gave away the stairs. But that did get rid of everything, and I still have Epoch. So now I can Epoch. Um, what do you have? Distortion. Oh, that is delightful. Boulder? Push it away from me. Oh man, the utility of Boulder carrying the day. I have 7 mana somehow. It's exactly 1 less than I need for Epoch, so I'm gonna walk here. This is not the stairs. Where are the stairs? Okay, the stairs are there, so I need to walk 2 tiles. I'm gonna walk 1 tile, I'm gonna get 8 mana, and then I'm gonna Epoch, and then I'm gonna go upstairs. Walk 1 tile, get 1 mana, Epoch, and then go upstairs. Beautiful. Very clean. I'm glad that I was able to remediate the mistake that was walking away from the stairs. Golden Dragon. We should be fine dealing with a Golden Dragon. Um, yeah, like, we have good resistances. Golden Dragon shouldn't really be a problem. Golden Dragon supported by everything, however, maybe a little bit more problematic. Oh, 2 Golden Dragons. Undying Armory, this is new. Swirling Tempest of Souls and Steel, Knights and Blacksmiths and Weapon Masters, all bound to weapons they once held in life. To fight one is like fighting an entire army. It hits 3 times 27 each. Interesting. Good defenses. Yeah, good armor class, great evasion, great willpower, good HP, all things considered. Immune to poison and negative. Fire cold, resistance to electricity. Wow, how do you kill that? Bestow arms, flashing ballestra. The storms temporarily grants numerous nearby allies a magical weapon from within the armory, so long as the whole souls holding it together remain intact. So if I kill it, it makes these guys weaker. Bestow arms, and sounds scary. And this thing, flashing ballestra. A single soul from within the armory leaps out, striking with their weapon, and then dueling independently for a short time before returning to the maelstrom once more. Man, what is this monster? And why is this monster not in vaults 1 through 4? Or maybe it is and I just got unlucky. But yeah, I think that this is a pretty scary thing to see. It's pretty powerful. It looks pretty powerful. It definitely, like, funnily enough, this thing scares me more than the golden dragons. It scares me more than almost everything else that I can see on the screen at the moment. It is at in that level of my assessment of it, which is pretty crazy because I don't think that Bolt 5 needed a buff. Maybe these guys replace like leeches and tentacled monstrosities and monsters that used to spawn here but didn't spawn in the rest of bolts. I'm gonna cast Fridge again. And yeah, things are not going great. I think I can cast Fridge one more time. No, wait. If I cast Fridge one more time, I'm gonna have two golden dragons next to me. The chances of one of them pushing me away from the stairs are big, so I'm just gonna get out of here. Yeah, I'm gonna get out of here, and I'll come back at some point, maybe. No guarantees. But if I go back, I should inscribe the. Can I not annotate the other side of the vault? Mm. Oh, well, they changed the annotation menu. I don't know when that happened, but I guess it's nice because you can annotate different levels instead of the one that you're in and the one that you're on the stairs of. That's nice. Well, yep. That way, if I try to go in, warning, next level annotated. Read tele before entering. Enter next level anyway. No. Okay then. Yeah. Did you know that you can do that? Because you can do that and it's a pretty helpful thing. So now I know that if I want to go back in there, I need to tele because I'm just surrounded by too many dangerous things. And yeah, like that could be pretty problematic with the amount of HP that I have if I was to go back in again. But I like going in and killing all the bolt guards and whatever eights happen to spawn. If I can do it safely and easily. What if hatch? I think that a hatch also gives me that message. There's no hatches in this level, only downstairs. Mm, Also, are there shafts? No, no shafts. I can do the wreath tele. You mean hatch instead of tele? Yeah, I kind of figured that out after you mentioned it and after I answered, but no hatch. So yeah, normally I would like to take a hatch, but tele kind of achieves the same goal if in the absence of a hatch or of a shaft. Anyway, we need to get a third rune from somewhere. Fridge could be an okay spell for the purpose of getting a third rune, just as Permafrost would as well. Question: what happens if I take off the scale mail? Okay, no scale mail, and now we search for polar vortex. 69%. So are you telling me that if I switch away from the scale mail into wearing maybe Archmagi robe, oh my, I should have probably carried that Archmagi robe. Yeah, like sacrifice the armor class for the ability to cast Polar Vortex, and then Polar Vortex destroys the slime. But no, 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 no. Like even if I take off my armor and wear robe, I still cannot cast it. I would need to train more ice magic for it. So I don't think it is that worth it. Um, you know what? I should be training some of these. Anyway, back to the scale mail. And I should drop the Cloak of Sunlight. We're not really going to be using that anymore. Last win you got banished by some enemy in Elf. The enemies that can banish you in Elf are dancing weapons with distortion, elves with distortion, or more often than not, deep elf demonologists and deep elf sorcerers. Keep in mind those last two, demonologists and sorcerers. If you don't have good willpower, I would recommend not going to elf, just based off of that alone. And you got the rune from the abyss after seeing that it wasn't actually too scary with your gear. Yeah, it depends. Like sometimes it can be an easy rune to get, and sometimes it is the stuff of nightmares. The stuff of nightmares. Mm, but anyway, what are we going to be doing now? I guess we do depths. Oh, I aimed that in the wrong direction. Also, I got fragile immediately, so I'm just gonna reset the fight by going down, going back up. Wow, why are you fragiling me so much? That is immensely annoying. I don't like being fragile. It is pretty scary. Oh yeah, I don't like being fragile with a Earth Mage in line of sight. I'm gonna epoch. Just play it safe. Because that guy hit me not even that hard, right? Yeah, 15. But my worry was that maybe that was just a bad roll, and in a good roll I could take like 80 damage or so, and that could kill me. All of a sudden, fragility is a dangerous thing. Those monsters with X-Glyph that multiply ended up the scariest to deal with. They don't multiply. They are kind of the opposite of a slime creature. It's just like one guy that has a bunch of HP and it can split into multiple guys that don't have that much HP. And when you kill them, they get absorbed by the big guy once again. But if it multiplies too much, it starts being pretty annoying. Because if there's too many of them on the screen, they can paralyze you. And that can definitely kill you. Also, they do unavoidable damage with their scream if there's too many of them. This is pretty funny because Fridge is a spell that does well if the monsters are not grouped up, and Permafrost is a spell that does well if the monsters are grouped up. Alright, that was an interesting entrance to depths. Fortunately, we are powerful enough to deal with it, and we still have the might of Ru, so we can just, yeah, just do Ru things. Press the APOC button in case of danger. Omni Murderers, yep, Omni Murderers. I think that's a pretty good way to describe this character. Can deal with any situation, any amount of monsters. Even if dealing with those can mean just like escaping from them. Wow, seriously, double miscast of Hellfire Mortar at 5%? Triple miscast! Excuse me! Triple miscast, like failing a 5% chance, or like getting a 5% chance to fail 3 times in a row. Seriously. I mean, it's fine because it's a single monster. Imagine if it was like more than one, or like more than just a troll band. XCOM mods, yeah, like that was definitely an XCOM moment right there. I played that game on stream. It was also one of those games that a lot of people didn't care to watch. Um, I finished the campaign in like not easy mode, but like also not hardest mode. It was like second easiest mode, And I didn't enable Iron Man, but I did play Iron Man. I didn't reset my progress at any point, and I know for sure because I played all of that on stream, and people were watching. I guess. Um, so yeah. I tried playing a little bit of the hardest mode, and I didn't really enjoy it. I felt like it was quite annoying to try to avoid taking damage. I was not having a good time with it, so I didn't really play much of it after I beat it. Mm, I do have a friend who was the one to ask me to play XCOM that has finished the game in like the highest difficulty XCOM and XCOM 2 Iron Man hardest difficulty. Um, no DLC for XCOM for either of the XCOMs, I think, but he has done it, and he says that it's his greatest gaming achievement. And people don't believe it when he says he's done it, but I know he's done it because I saw it happen. Um, so yeah, I would never do something like that. I'd rather play more relaxing games like Crawl and Rift Wizard and Darkest Dungeon. XCOM is just I don't want to say not for me, but XCOM at the hardest difficulty is definitely the kind of thing that I would say is not for me. I feel like if I want to submit myself to that kind of thing, I would rather just play Crawl instead. Mm, yeah, coming back to Crawl after Crawl sparked a little bit of a rant about XCOM with its XCOM mods. Important to have fun while playing games. Absolutely. That's why I didn't play Crawl half a year. So far, I have said that I have not been having a terrible time with Crawl, and yeah, it still applies. Even with that Merfolk, like the thing is that that Merfolk is it's okay to have a character like that, like once, right? Or like even once a month. I think it would be okay. But if it's like a non-stop sequence of characters like that, that's when it gets kind of unbearable and like unenjoyable. Um, yeah, and I feel like if you have a bad crawl streak, that can definitely happen to you. That you are um, that you have like a streak of like really really bad characters. It can get pretty exhausting. And Blink is such a powerful spell. If you're playing a mage, I would recommend you to get Blink every time if you can. It is rather rare. It is not in that many spellbooks because of its power level, pretty much. But if you can get Blink because it is a pretty versatile tool. It can save you some consumables because it's not even a consumable. Like it just costs a little bit of mana. Um, What do you mean? Oh, yeah, the boulder is not a magical floating boulder. It is a very real physical boulder, the likes of which you could see in everyday life. So I cannot roll it. I cannot roll a boulder over lava. Your boulder is incinerated. Hmm. Does the Hellfire Mortar destroy items with its lava on the ground? Most likely no. We can try by. Oh yeah, like you see, it pushed the Shadow Dragon corpse away. So the answer is no, it doesn't. I almost assumed like just out of the box that it was not going to do that because that's the kind of nethackism that Kroll has removed from the game systematically for like a decade now. Um, Another 5% miscast. Fortunately, it has yet to happen in any situation where it would actually hurt. And I hope it stays like that. It said your boulder crushes a golden dragon against a stone wall and falls apart. Oh, really? It pushed it all the way over there. Every time I hear you about NetHack, it makes you afraid of playing it. My first roguelike was NetHack. Yeah, there's a video about my experience with NetHack on YouTube. Um, I have to say that if you are completely new to roguelikes, NetHack is something that I recommend. Not because it's like the greatest game, but precisely because it's not the greatest game. And I feel like the only way to truly enjoy NetHack is if you try NetHack before trying other games that are like more of a game. Because NetHack is more like an experience. Um, like it's cool too, the journey of discovering things and like and stuff like that. Even if you're aided by the wiki, which I was in its in the in my entire time playing NetHack, I relied on the wiki vastly in order to play the game. And even then, it was still quite a magical thing to experience and enjoy. But it's not a great game. Yeah, like it is an okay experience. It's not an okay game. When it comes to games like Rift Wizard, Dungeon Crawl, Stone Soup are way better. Jupiter Hell, there's just so many, like Seal even, um, Broke. Pretty much every new age or new generation roguelike is better than NetHack. Like they have all already overcome the many NetHackisms that NetHack brought into the world. Um, well, not all, but most of them have overcome NetHackisms. Um, oh wow, that guy had distortion. I didn't even notice. I mean, at this point it doesn't matter. I was probably gonna get the Abyss rune as my third rune. Oh wow, double frail immediately upon entering here. That is certainly quite something. Okay, I can go down to Abyss 3 immediately. Time for the third one. Kind of going into roguelikes with Pixel Dungeon and then Shattered Pixel Dungeon. I have heard about those games, but I have never ever played them or seen anything about them. Maybe one day I'll try them. But I think that the age of my life where I was like interested in trying new roguelikes is what are you doing? Oh, the lava was removed. Interesting. So what is gonna happen with this guy now? Is it permanent now? Are you permanent? Are you gonna remain there until the lava wears off? That's some jank right there. Your Hellfire Mortar is pulled into the abyss. Pixel Dungeon doesn't seem to be extremely well liked in the roguelikes Discord, at least. Oh, it might be a roguelike inspired game. I don't know. What do you mean by that? Have you mentioned, yeah, I played this game and people have told you something like that's not a real roguelike? Because if so, that could be kind of funny. Um, I'm not gonna say it is elitism because um, I also make the distinction between roguelikes and roguelike inspired games. I think it is a very important distinction to make because otherwise you have people calling Slay the Spire and Dead Cells roguelikes, and they're like completely different games from one another, and also completely different games from an actual roguelike like Crawl, right? It's free on mobile, has nice cell graphics, and intuitive to play. It's more one of the most accessible ones. If it's an actual roguelike, then I don't know. Like, yeah, as I have already said, I have never played it. It is a true roguelike, just apparently not a great one. Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah, cannot really exert a judgment. Dungeons of Dreadmore was your main first roguelike. Oh, I got Lurking Horror. Is that what happened? A Lurking Horror comes into view, your body is racked with pain. That is delightful. I'm glad that I am a gargoyle and being tormented just out of nowhere is not that big of a deal. Because otherwise we would be in a little bit of trouble at the moment. Mm, yeah, I can just walk in the opposite direction. That's an employs draconian, specifically a monk, and monks hit really, really hard, so I'm not gonna mess with it. We are running into a couple of really nasty enemies. First the employed draconian, and now this elephant. Do not forget that elephants hit about as hard as orbs of fire with their breath weapon. Yeah, it's 3 dice of 40, which is pretty scary. Um, Oh, wait. I had forgotten that I have wild magic when I was checking for polar vortex. I didn't even think about that. But maybe polar vortex without wild magic would be castable. But like, am I willing to cast or am I willing to learn or to drink a potion? I mean, am I willing to drink a potion for the possibility of polar vortex? Not really. It will also be so much of a sacrifice that, yeah, not worth it. I cast it in the wrong direction because this is metal actually. Well, I am in a dead end, so I guess that the only thing left to do is to read delay. This is not gonna kill me. I am tanky enough that I think I should be okay. Abyss's non-shade doesn't look so chill. Well, the thing about the Abyss is that if you stop and fight, you will just make time for more things to find you, so you have to fight them, and so on until you die. So the correct thing to do in the Abyss is just to run away from things, because it's endless amounts of things, right? So it doesn't make sense to kill them. I have heard of Dungeons of Dreadmore, but I never really played it. Yeah, I've heard that it is pretty accessible. But as I already said, I think that NetHack should be your first experience. If you're getting into roguelikes, just play NetHack because it is truly like something that you cannot get. It is an experience that you cannot get if you start with other roguelikes. Because if you start with other roguelikes and then you play NetHack, you're just gonna see in NetHack all the things that the other roguelikes have in terms of like quality of life and accessibility and stuff that NetHack doesn't have, because NetHack is a product of its time. Like it's a game from almost 40 years ago at this point. Um, so yeah. Mm, I think it's been 36 years. I think it's an 88 game, and we're in 2024. Your Hellfire Mortar is pulled into the Abyss. Something makes me think that I shouldn't be casting Hellfire Mortar here. It makes a ton of noise, and it is also not being great at killing things like it is outside of the dungeon. So I guess that we just wait. Yeah, you're not gonna kill me. I could wait about 15 turns, and you're not gonna kill me. 1987. So yeah, okay. So it's even closer to 40 years than I thought originally. The NetHack so the new roguelikes are even better in comparison. Exactly. That is precisely my point. Play NetHack so the new roguelikes are even better. So you get to appreciate NetHack and then you get to appreciate the other roguelikes. Because it's not like I'm just one-sidedly trashing NetHack. I'm just stating that if you start with other game and you go to NetHack, you're just not gonna get the enjoyment that NetHack can offer if it's your first experience. And it is going to be a pretty brutal and unforgiving experience, especially if you try to play it unspoiled, which I don't believe that it is possible to win NetHack unspoiled. There's some story of a guy on the internet floating around that says that the guy beat NetHack unspoiled um, over a decade, but I don't buy it. I really do not buy it. The only way for me to believe that someone beat NetHack unspoiled is if I know that the person really didn't look up any spoilers. And like, yeah, would only be possible if I know the person IRL. And no one IRL has ever gotten into roguelikes. I've liked roguelikes for more than a decade at this point, and like to the point where I bring it up in conversation with people that I like and that I enjoy the company of, and like no one has picked up a roguelike. Some have played one or two games. No one has ever stuck around with any roguelike for long enough to win or to even make it far. Uh, so yeah, I think that roguelikes are something that's pretty difficult to recommend to people. In that degree, roguelike inspired games are a lot more accessible. What about two people playing unspoiled except for telling things each other? I think that's more likely to work. Um, but it's still like, how did you find? I'm about to spoil NetHack, but I firmly believe that NetHack should be played with spoilers, because the things that I'm about to tell you, like, you're not gonna believe that these things are in a roguelike if you have never played NetHack. How do you find how to do the invocation? The invocation is something you do in the final level of the dungeon that you need to do to win the game, in a specific tile that is called the vibrating square, because when you step on it, you get a message that says something about the vibrating square, like you feel vibrations or whatever, and you have to do it specifically in that tile. You have to do actions with certain items that you find over the course of the game. Like you find a candelabra and you have to put candles on a candelabra, and then you have to read the Book of the Dead, and you have to do something else like chime a bell or something. I don't. You have to do the things in the specific order as well. I don't remember the order. But you have to do that in order to unlock another level beyond the final level of the dungeon, where you get the amulet of Sot, I think, and then you begin the ascension, and like you have to get all the way back out, and then you have to do the elemental planes. Also, during the ascension, you can lose the amulet. Like the amulet can be stolen from your inventory, and you can also confuse it with a cheap plastic imitation of the amulet of Sot, which it doesn't appear as that. It is just the amulet of Sot. It says the amulet of Sot, but you cannot tell if it is, unless you like, you have to inscribe the real amulet of Sot, and that way the game tells you, hey, this is the real one. Like if I was to bring up any logs of me winning winning NetHack more than a decade ago, I would see the the real amulet inscribed real in my inventory, most likely, unless it is consumed during the ascension, which might happen like during the final turn of the game. I think it might be consumed. You have heard very stupid stories of insta-deaths in NetHack. Oh yeah, like wielding a cockatrice corpse and then tripping over it, or being blinded and touching a cockatrice corpse, or being touched by a green slime, or eating green slime, or eating a rotten corpse accidentally. You get food poisoning, and food poisoning kills you pretty fast. It is so bad that you need to pray to your god to fix it if you have no other options to fix it. Anyway, ambrosia is what I was thinking of before I got distracted by that NetHack tangent. Anyway, that brings me back to my original point, where like all of these things that I tell you about NetHack, I wouldn't be able to tell you any of that if my first game had been Crawl. So yeah, um, I may not like the game anymore, but I like the experience that the game provided me, and that's why I say that um, if you're new, you should try NetHack as your first game. Like you should probably play NetHack until you get a win or two, um, and then you can try other games, and so you at least get the NetHack experience, which is something else. Dying up from overeating, not being able to open a door after being turned into a mouse. Oh yeah, like you can be polymorphed into any kind of monster, and some monsters just don't have arms, or you're just carrying too many things and you cannot move. Yeah, because when you are polymorphed into something that's really small, and you're carrying like a whole plate armor and a bunch of other things in your backpack, well, it's gonna be difficult for you to move carrying all of those things. Um, I messed up a bit. I should have held this style and just blasted the Profane Servitor instead of repositioning to this one and doing the same thing. Okay. I have never been any more glad to have mana regen, but I'm still gonna use Draw Out Power, speed up the process of healing. Yeah, in NetHack you can die from overeating. You choke on your food, and but the game is pretty generous. It often just gives you a message of like you're having a hard time keeping all of it down or something along those lines. Um, and if you continue eating after seeing that message, you could choke on your food, and then you die. Um, NetHack has a spell that is called Stone to Flesh, and you can use that spell on boulders to make a lot of meat. It's so much meat that I don't think you can eat it all if you're not like starving. Like if you're starving and you do that, you can eat the whole boulder, um, but normally you cannot eat it whole. It is pretty funny. Like NetHack is just such a weird game. I insist. Every time that I talk about NetHack, I should add the disclaimer because without the context of me liking the experience that NetHack gave me once upon a time, it sounds like I'm just trashing the game pretty ruthlessly, but it really is not the case. Just give NetHack a try if you have never done it. You're probably not gonna like it that much if you have already played a lot of crawl, for example. Like you, I can guarantee, in fact, that if you have played a lot of crawl, you're not gonna enjoy NetHack because, like, for example, Control F would be priceless in NetHack, and I don't think the game has it. Um, what else? Let's see. Well, to begin with, something like this screen with all of that information, yeah, there's nothing like that in NetHack. You need to hog the wiki for playing NetHack, for the purpose of playing NetHack. By the way, this is the guy that splits into other guys. You can see that it has a bunch of HP. Um, its form undulates constantly, dividing spontaneously, and then withdrawing when threatened. When divided, its deafening curse of screams can overwhelm the minds of even the bravest warriors, leaving them stunned and helpless. Um, But if it decides to split, I can just LRD it and it will explode. Yep. The Starker's mass shudders and it's absorbed by its neighbor. A gateway leading out. But I think if I get out, I will come back in to Abyss 4, and I don't want to go to Abyss 4. Abyss 3 is my safe spot, my happy place. Wretched Star. Oh, I hate Wretched Stars. Wretched Stars are probably among my least favorite monsters. You detect the Abyssal Rune. Yay! Okay, where is it? It turns out that I was kind of walking in the opposite direction of it. I'm glad that the game does that now. I played enough crawl where the game didn't really give you any help finding the Abyssal Rune. The Abyss has always been a boring part of the game because it can definitely ruin your run if you're kind of doing like 15 runes, for example, 15 rune speed running, for example. Um, and the Abyss takes you many turns or many minutes in real life. Like it's screws over both turn count speedrunners and real time speedrunners, which is pretty funny, or it has a potential to do so. Um, oh, the ancient Sime cannot make me sick because I'm a gargoyle. Yeah, you're immune to sickness and miasma. Beautiful. You love to see it. So if you've ever wondered about it, you can LRD yourself if you're a gargoyle or if you are in statue form, and yeah, it is not worth it. In any situation where you would consider doing that, instead do something else because that is the kind of thing that ends with you getting killed. There surely is a better way to kill whatever you are trying to kill than LRDing yourself. You could instead cast Irradiate. You could learn Irradiate and cast that if you want the same targeter of everything that's surrounding you. Uh, you know what? I should probably have Stun Arrow on the quiver again. Better or worse than Jadaing yourself? It does a lot of damage. I don't think that Jadaing yourself does as much damage as LRDing yourself. Ouch, 28 damage. That was LRDing myself, but not targeting myself with LRD, which is what I was talking about. It still dealt 28, which is quite a lot of damage. Um, it was Crystal, to be perfectly fair, and Crystal does deal a lot of damage when you LRD it. The description for LRD says, targets made from Crystal will cause a large and more damaging explosion. I wonder if Crystal deals the same amount of damage that Metal does, but just in a larger area of effect. My Crystal tile is gone. And we are back to a situation that we were in earlier. You remember how I was kind of struggling with mana for a while in the early game? Well, we have come back to that specific situation now that we have really not been able to use Hellfire Mortar as much as I would like to. Just goes to show how impactful of a spell it has been for my character. I found the exit. I mean, I was going, oh, Pearl Dragon. Okay, okay, Pearl Dragon. I want Pearl Scales. Those are among the best armor in the game. I don't really think it is the best armor in the game, Pearl Scales, but it is pretty good for mages, and especially if you don't need resistances, which I don't need resistances and I'm a mage. Item, Pearl. Pearl Scales. Base armor rating 10, encumbrance rating 11. For comparison, item, plate. Plate has base armor rating 10, so the same, but encumbrance rating of 18. So it greatly decreases your evasion, makes it way harder to cast stuff. Pearl Scales is kind of as heavy as Scale Mail, while giving you the protection of Plate and the ability to enchant it of Plate. On top of that, it gives you resistance to negative, which is like the least important part. I'm gonna try to kill this guy just because I do want Pearl Scales. Apok. Yeah, because I want to get out of here soon. Wait a second. Blast of Cleansing Flame engulfs you? Dealt a lot of damage. You killed the Pearl Dragon. The Pearl Dragon skills are intact enough to wear. Give me those. And now we get out. And I am back. So yeah, who is the one with distortion? That guy. It is a Spriggan Rider, so it can catch up to me. Um, Maybe using Apoc and then not waiting it out was a little bit of a mistake. I was using potions of mana quite liberally earlier in the game, but now that I have gotten to depths too, and I still only have 2 potions of mana, I'm a bit more nervous, and I don't know if I want to continue using them. Uh, but I do want to use Pearl Skills. That I want to do. It's gonna be fantastic with the amount of armor skill that I have. It might even be the incentive that I need to train like 22 armor, and I know for sure that they will not hinder my spellcasting in any way whatsoever because I'm already wearing Scale Mail. Scale Mail has encumbrance rating of 10. This has encumbrance rating of 11. So, okay, I will be encumbranced. I will be hindered a little bit more, but it's gonna be tiny compared to the amount of power that I'll gain from enchanting these. Like if I switch to wearing them as they are +0, my armor class will increase a little bit and my evasion will decrease a little bit. Um, but I can enchant them, and I have a 6 enchant armor. Enchant armor. We have 2 in shops. Well, 1 in the floor in D13, probably in some nasty bolt or like a transporter bolt, I mean, and 1 in a shop. So we have 8. I can get +8 gold pearl scales, and I will do that because I'm a mage, and that's like almost a dream situation for a mage. Yeah, don't banish me again, please. Things are getting kind of sketchy. This would be a nice moment to have experience evocables or a wand, but unfortunately I cannot evoke magical items. Um, this feels pretty weird, having to think about how I'm going to survive a situation after going through so much of the game being so powerful that that is not really a problem. Like, look at that, 12 heal wounds. Um, Bull? Here? There we go. Yeah, I used Buln first because I knew that if I didn't Buln those guys, they were not gonna get feared. They are Spriggans, they have too much willpower. Player Spriggans have the most willpower in the whole game. They have 7 willpower per level up. You wonder why it looks like to be banishing a player? If this were you, you would not think and die. Yeah, always think and not die. That is my recommendation. Thinking and not dying often ends in you winning the game in situations where you would otherwise die. Aha, beautiful. Okay, now you have a quick blade of draining. You're almost dead. Meet LRD. Goodbye. All right, easy peasy. Okay. You know what? I have Curare. I haven't used it in a while, but sometimes the situation arrives. Like the situation comes where it's the literal perfect thing to do. Are Sphinxes fast? I feel like no, it's not fast. I can just close the door on it. Oh no, I can't close the door on it. Yeah, it's smart enough to open doors, and it somehow can open doors with a lion's body. I would think that a lion would have a bit of a hard time opening a door, but sure. What I can do, however, is make it step on that tele trap. Goodbye. Hmm. As however, human fire elementalists die. Pre-lair is always quite easy, but lair catches you off guard and you don't start taking the game seriously in time. Yeah, you might have to diversify what you're doing by lair, which in my opinion it is crazy that a start needs to do that sometimes. But that's just how the game is. Sometimes you need to diversify as early as lair. Man, these trolls are so confused. By the way, this Walking Crystal Tome is really, really scary. Like, that is super duper scary. Um, Walking Crystal Tome, Crystal Spears can just explode you. And it is a Crystal Tome, but it is not vulnerable to LRD, unfortunately. With the amount of HP that I have, I don't think I beat it. Maybe I beat it by spamming Iron Shot on it because it doesn't have good evasion. But yeah. Man, this is so scary. That this is a living crystal spell that, if not killed immediately, it will throw itself at me for 3 dice of 34 crystal spear. It is not resistant to fire and cold, so we can just fridge it. Okay, that's nice. I'll fridge it. Walking Crystal Tome is almost destroyed. Unfortunately, it still managed to summon a crystal spell. Okay. Alright, team. You redirect the living spell's attack. The living spell casts itself at the Iron Troll. The crystal spear hits the Iron Troll. Thank you, Rue. Um, I am tempted to Apoc here. Yeah, sure. I do have to say that, it is pretty dangerous to go around Apocing everything. Because I have still not recovered the drain from the previous Apoc, and I have to go for another one. No, yeah, I should enchant and wear the pearl scales. I didn't get those only as a trophy. I got them so I actually use them. So we're losing 3 intelligence. That's okay. Yeah, that's really okay. I don't mind losing 3 intelligence. This scale mail was really, really useful. I am a little bit surprised by how much of a lifespan it had. But like, yeah, we have a big upgrade. Okay, now we search for the rest of the enchant armor. You wonder sometimes what species have the most potential to be played exclusively without going insane? Jin, because Jin has a lot of variety. You could play Jin quite a lot, and you would be like, you would not get super bored by playing Jin. If your objective is winning, you could play a version with centers, and like you could just center kite everything, and you would win very, very easily, very, very consistently, but it would also be very, very boring. I personally wouldn't submit myself to that. Jin Demon Spawn are the ones that I am thinking of, because those are the ones that have the most amount of variety run to run, but they're still decent enough and strong enough to not be like a terribly painful experience to play them. If I could only play a single species, it would be either one of those two. Most likely Jin, because I do enjoy my Jin a good amount. So now we have 53 armor class. We are a mage that is casting level 7 spells from 3 different schools, and we have 53 armor class. That is the beauty of a late game gargoyle. Are we gonna have 180 HP by level 27? No, I think that I'm gonna have 200 HP by level 27 if I continue training fighting. Which, yeah, let's train fighting to 24, and then we're gonna get like at least 22 armor. Okay, more depths. So yeah, these pearl scales don't really give, well, they give 1 pip of resistance to negative, but I don't really value that much. If you wonder how it looks for the monsters to be banishing a player, I would assume that it just looks the same as a player banishing a monster. If you have never banished a monster, it just like disappears in a poof of smoke or like translocational clouds. So yeah, I bet it is the same. But players come back. Monsters instead wait for you in the abyss. If you're a worshipper of Lugonu, don't or like think about what you want to banish, because sometimes um, you can banish things that like wait for you in the abyss. I've had that happen in the past. I don't know if that is still a thing because I haven't done it in years, but I've had that happen in the past, and yeah, it can be pretty deadly. Going into the abyss and immediately seeing all the things that you were banishing. Um, you make them disappear, but after 2 seconds they come back very annoyed and clap you immediately. I don't think it takes 2 seconds. I think it takes a while, and depending on how early in the game it is, banishing a player could effectively mean just insta killing a player. Like if you get banished at experience level 10, it's most likely the end of the run. I'm gonna read Tele because this Caustic Strike is in a very inconvenient position. Oh yeah, the Lightful. Nice Tele. Okay. Now, do I have to do that? The answer is probably no. I can probably just exclude that and move on with my life. Um, has to be for a few seconds, judging by how when you come back from the abyss, everything is the same as it was before you got banished. No, I think that monsters just like stay there waiting for you because they're like, oh yeah, this great evil force of nature that is assaulting our peaceful society of the dungeon might come back. So they are appointed as eternal guards in case you happen to come back, and then you come back and kill them, or you don't come back and then they live a very peaceful life. Um, that's probably how it is. There is actually terrifying, yeah. There is a bad guy in this game because things were not fighting each other before the player arrives, and then the player just arrives and kills about 1,000 different monsters, and then the game ends. Um, you think I am over reacting with the 1,000 thing? No, it is close to 1,000. Um, we are gonna see it around here. 1,416 creatures vanquished at the moment. Vanquished creatures collateral kills. Um, 619 creatures vanished as collateral kills, including 2 boulders. Mm. Vanquished creatures others. 386 hellfire mortars. That doesn't count. You saw in your morgue that you have almost 2k kills. Yep, you go through the game killing a lot of things. Um, a lot of things. I love that the Hellfire Mortar has See Invisible. It would be a significantly more painful spell to use if it didn't have See Invisible. In high-level nuclear throne runs, you go over 100k kills. How exactly does that happen? 100k monsters is a lot of monsters to be killing on something that doesn't look like Vampire Survivors. Like in Vampire Survivors, I believe you killing 100k monsters, but current world record has 700,000 kills. Jeez, I wouldn't be able to do that. Like I feel like I would get bored after before 100k. If it's a roguelike and you're supposed to play it like a roguelike, I would definitely get bored before 100k. In a normal crawl run, by the time I am approaching the end, I am already like, okay, that I feel like we are good, and it's about time for me to start a new character because things are getting too easy. Sometimes, not always. Sometimes it is pretty nerve-wracking. Like for example, the Merfolk had a pretty rough entirety of the game. Like from beginning to the end, it was quite tense and terrible because it wasn't like the character was strong but fragile. No, it was just fragile. Um, there were some moments where I was achieving that strong but fragile glass cannon feeling, but that very quickly went away. Um, yeah, the game just kept scaling up, and I was not keeping up with it. Um, with that character, but I still managed to win. It was hard, and there was very little tolerance for making mistakes, I think, and I didn't make enough mistakes to die on that character. There's a looping mechanic that repeats the game with higher difficulty. Man, I really wish I had my vertical monitor. Since I built my new computer, I cannot connect my vertical monitor because it's too old. Yeah, my vertical monitor was like using DVI, um, and the graphics cards that I have right now doesn't have a DVI connector, of course. And the motherboard does have a DVI connector, but the processor that I have doesn't have integrated graphics, so I cannot use the monitor. Um, yeah, I have to get like an adapter or something. The monitor that I have, the DVI monitor, I don't think it has an HDMI um, connector. It does have BGA and DVI, but yep, cannot connect it to my computer. It's pretty uncomfortable because I miss my vertical monitor for chat purposes. Expecting fragile but deadly, but you get just fragile. Fragile but deadly is a deep elf. I have won deep elves in the past without training fighting. It is possible. It is not easy, and it doesn't have a lot of tolerance for making mistakes. But you blow things up because all of that experience that would go towards fighting, you put it towards other things, and yeah, it's pretty enjoyable. Um, I should turn on auto pickup for enchant armor. I have it turned off because I feel like I always pick them up when I don't want to use them, and I want to pick them up only when I do want to use them. What is the button for Permafrost? Yeah, I had it in the quiver for a while, so I didn't remember what button it was. So many Troll Earth mages. Those are not particularly safe monsters for me to see. In fact, I would prefer to not see a lot of them. Okay, once again we have run out of mana. It seems that we're getting to the point in the game where Hellfire Mortar is not really getting the job done when it comes to beating the monsters. I can bring this Hell Knight up with me. It's fine. Oh, or it just decides to spam Bolt of Fire and give me enough time to be able to go up without it following me. That's nice. Mm, so many bands of monsters so grouped up. Pretty good. How far do you think Debe is? How far? How fair do I think Deep Elf Berserker? Deep Elf Berserker is a pretty rough thing. You can probably do it. Like, there's some people in the community that say, oh, Deep Elf Berserker is like the best Deep Elf because at least you start with Trog. But I like casting spells. I don't think that Deep Elf is particularly weak. Fragile, yes, and low tolerance for mistakes, yes, but bad, no. So I don't think it is terrible, but I also wouldn't really like to play it myself. Deep of Berserker doesn't seem like a particularly fun combo to me. You're just gonna be doing Berserker stuff weaker or worse than most other characters that could go Trog instead, or like that could go Trog. So instead of playing Deep of Berserker, you could consider playing, you know, Merfolk Berserker if you want to do dexterity things, or Minotaur Berserker. Does look nice how you can get distance for free with Blink. Blink is one of the most powerful spells in the game. It is a crazy, crazy strong utility spell. Every time. If you're playing a spellcaster, get it every time. If you're not playing a spellcaster, it's so good that you could even think about getting it. If you can do that. Okay, Mr. Spriggan Berserker, I'm gonna wait for you to be in the open and then I'm gonna Brom you. Hmm, that didn't work very well. Um, ah, 6% chance to miscast Hellfire Mortar. Why does the game keep torturing me like this with the miscasts of Hellfire Mortar? Um, well, at this point, it doesn't matter anymore. Like I wanted to block the Spriggan from reaching me, so I have to reposition to be able to do it. Another miscast of Hellfire Mortar. Jeez, why exactly is this happening? Okay, I should start thinking about getting Magna Bolt. I only just remembered that I have access to that. 86% chance to fail. I need to get Air Magic. Should I do it? I really, really, really shouldn't. I should just train defenses. Like no Polar Vortex, no Magna Bolt. I would have gone for Shatter if I had found Shatter. Um, maybe I could have gone Extended if I had found Shatter, but at this point it might be too late for that. Do you like Extended? I mean, it is an experience. It is not that interesting of an experience to be doing it every game. Um, I don't do extended very often. So keep in mind that I also haven't really been playing a lot of crawl. But when I used to play crawl frequently, I didn't do extended frequently. I did it once every 3 months or so. Like what I mean by that is sometimes I got in an extended run in between tournaments. But normally, no, I don't really do extended. Um, I don't think it is like a disservice to the game or anything, or like a bad thing, or that it should be removed. But it is just something that I will not often do. Those are my thoughts on extended. What a great spell. I don't know how anyone could dislike this spell. Hellfire Mortar, I mean. I wish I could get Magna Bolt, but like at this point it's a bit too late. And also like if getting Permafrost was hard, and Permafrost I had a manual of Ice Magic, getting Magna Bolt is just not gonna be possible with the -2. And it's also higher level than Permafrost. So yeah, I'll have to try Magna Bolt in another game. What you have heard a lot is that the content is just not as well polished as the 5 rune runs. Oh, by 5 runes you mean Lair runes, bolts, abyss? I mean, Abyss did get a rework, so maybe that you could consider to have been polished a little bit. Mm. But I don't know. Like Abyss is also not something that I would like to do every game. I just do it because I feel like it's the easiest and safest third rune for some of my characters. That is an interesting cloak, but not one for my character. For me, a normal run is just getting 3 runes. Doesn't matter where you get them from. So most often than not, I'll just get the easiest 3 runes that I can get. You like the Merfolk got the Lair runes, all 3 of them. Didn't set foot in Bolt 5, didn't go to the Abyss. I don't think that character would have done well in the Abyss. Row resistance would be mildly interesting if I wasn't wearing +8 pearl scales. I am a big fan of having 55 armor class. It does feel kinda nice to have that much armor class. Yep. The lack of a ring hasn't really been a problem because fortunately the game was benevolent enough to bless me with a good amount of resistances. So I haven't really needed the second ring slot. The Merfolk, I think, cumulative didn't have gear that was as good as like my hat. My hat already is better than every piece of gear that the Merfolk had. Since it was going, it went through almost the whole game with like no resistances. It was so bad. The easiest rune is Jiva. Yeah, true easiest rune is Jiba. Like you're not really gonna die as a Jiba worshipper in slime unless you do something really dumb that would make you not be a Jiba worshipper anymore. Um, why was I spamming stun arrow versus a repel missiles enemy? Spriggan air mages are pretty annoying. They fly so they can block the Hellfire Mortar. Balrog. I can kill the Balrog easily with permafrost. I would like it to group up with the Tengu. Beautiful. So during the course of the tournament, I'll do a 15 rune run, but it's not gonna be this character. Even though I don't think that this character is like weak or anything, it is definitely good enough to go for 15 runes. I don't really want to do it. Um, because I would have to pause this character over the weekend or something. I would like to do 15 runes on a character that can do them in like 5 or 6 hours, which pretty much means a melee character. I like to do them with mages, but it just takes too long. All right, easy kill on that demonologist. So I want an executioner, but of course we don't care about an executioner with 55 armor class. Good luck killing me. Need a no tower for 15 runes. Yeah, back in the day I used to do them with mages a lot, but now it just takes too much time. That really is a problem. It's not a matter of difficulty or anything. It just takes too much time. This ring is really, really, really good. I would be very happy to have it um on on other characters, not on this one, but on other characters that would be an absolute godsend of a ring. Finally we get Shatter. A little bit late, but we get Shatter. I cannot even learn it because I don't have the spell levels. Why do we have 55 armor class Jesus? Because I have +8 pearl scales. I am a mage that's casting level 7 spells, and I have 55 armor class. Just gargoyle moment. I don't play gargoyles very often, but when I do, I have 55 armor class. it is pretty nice to have this amount of armor class because you're just not gonna die. You're not gonna explode even if you get hit by plenty of things. The best part is that it's not like I'm running around with 3 evasion either. I have 15 evasion, which is it means that I have a non-zero chance to dodge some things sometimes, which is all that you need when you have 56 armor class now. It just keeps going up because I'm training armor, and it will go even higher than that. Seems fair. Yeah, the trade-off is that the early game can definitely be very BS. For example, this is my second attempt at this specific combo. The first one um, was killed in a Bailey by opening a door into 2 Orc Knights and an Orc Warrior. But I knew the door had that, and I was not gonna fight them. But they dealt 30 damage 2 turns in a row, and I had 60 max HP, so I died. And there was really nothing that I could have done about it, other than not like put myself in the position where I was gonna get hit by those guys at all in the first place. Um, but yeah, a little bit unlucky that they happened to hit me like that. You know what I should do versus this guy? I should do zombie hands. What if Hellhard Murder and Brom were combined somehow? That would be funny. Like if it could push monsters instead of dying if a monster steps in its way, that would be quite convenient. You shoot a boulder that pushes enemies and shoots bolts at others. Yeah, because one of the most annoying things about this spell is when a flying monster steps in its path and it just disappears in 2 turns. That makes you feel that it was not worth it to learn the spell. But more often than not, it is okay because it just deals so much damage. Very positional spell, as I have said repeatedly in this run. But like every time I use it, I have to think a lot every turn. Well, it's not a lot every turn, but it is a lot accumulated over the course of a run because you have to think a little bit about how you're positioning every turn and so on. Fridge for these guys. Maybe we do that actually. Maybe we LRD here. Yeah, such a nice variety of spells that we have. These level 7 spells are definitely making me think that I should try more mages because one of my greatest grievances is that mages had a bit of a hard time with like the late game because the spells that existed before these new spells that like high level wise were kind of underwhelming. I think that these spells definitely fix that problem. What do I think about Wujian? It is a very funny god, also very micro intensive. It is kind of the closest a melee character could get to being a mage, because it is like a similar situation where if you wanna make use of Wujian, and you should because you went Wujian in the first place, you have to think about how to sequence your turns and what you have to do every turn, how you move, what abilities you want to use. Like the abilities is the least important part of that, but like the whirlwind and stuff is like yeah, it is a lot more action intensive than just pressing tab. Is what I'm trying to say. But I like Wujian a lot. It is one of my favorite gods. When it comes to gods in crawl, actually, I can play most of them, like I don't dislike most gods in crawl. I do dislike a few of them, and those are the ones that I will almost never play. Like for example, Sin. Sin is one of those that are among my least favorites. Mm, thinking about the current situation, I think this is a draw out power moment. The thing has distortion. Zombie hands, iron shot, close the door. All right. A spell that holds a door closed and prevents it from being broken would be funny. I don't think that the crawl developers would add something like that to the game because, like, that is the kind of thing that you would see in NetHack. Um, in fact, like, I think that NetHack does have a spell that locks doors or something along those lines. Like, at the very least, you can lock doors. Um, and it also, like, for sure, it has a spell that unlocks doors. That I can tell you for sure. I don't remember if it has a spell that locks doors. NetHack is very based around D&D things, so you can like expect ridiculous things to happen in that game. Thinking about what I want to do here. This guy stepping on the alarm trap would be quite inconvenient, but this guy hitting me while I'm fragile could also be quite inconvenient. Let's do this. Amazing. What a great spell. It cannot move. I wonder how this thing is coded. I feel like it sometimes shoots quite fast, like it attacks more than one enemy every turn. I feel like that is how it works sometimes. Like for example, there your Hellfire Mortar blasts a torrent of magma that Tengonkura and the glass eye. Does it just attack whatever is within reach? As the cast at the caster's enemies as it does so. I mean, it doesn't say anything about it casting multiple times, but I think it does cast multiple times because at the very least we saw it happened there. It doesn't annoy you as much as a Shensari. You don't like a Shensari? That's crazy. You don't care how boosted your skills get since your brain doesn't want to deal with the curses. Really? Like that's a curious thing. I personally don't have issues with the curses at all. Oh, you can LRD the Hellfire Mortar. You cannot affect that. It is made from, well, I guess it is molten rock. If it was non-molten rock, maybe it would be LRDable. How much damage does that do now? 4 dice of 14 twice. Pretty good. Quite a lengthy depth 4. Um, The character already has the power level to do vault or to just win the game. But I unfortunately only have 2 runes, so I need to get a third one. Let me some Gargoyle. Gargoyle is great, very powerful. Once you get past the most dangerous part, which is the very early game. Okay, so Caustic Strikes have high evasion and they also have fire and cold resistance. But they do not have poison resistance. Ashensari gives you FOMO to the max. You cannot deny that getting all items identified at the start is sweet. It is incredible. Absolutely, absolutely wonderful. Quite busted indeed. Um, yeah, Shansari just has too many advantages. You are not going to get. You're not gonna get shafted. You're not gonna get. You're not gonna like miss a potion of experience or a scroll of acquirement if you get one early. Um, the mapping is nice. The boosted experience is real nice. Super sweet. Makes you very powerful. The curses are not even a downside in my opinion. Yeah, I have been enjoying this character, but like at this point, I'm really ready just to play another one. Unfortunately, the game is not over yet. um, there's some people that just quit when they're no longer having as much fun with their characters, which I think is crazy. I just continue playing them until I win or die. More often than not, if I get to that point, it is because I'm gonna win. Um, Normally the characters where I would die because I don't like them, I already killed a long time ago. That is you. Yeah, I find that a little bit crazy. I've invested almost 6 hours on this character. Couldn't imagine just that not ending in a win or a death in SOT. So are the only 2 ways this is gonna end. You quit in SOT once, but only because you hadn't played a run over a month. You usually don't quit that far. Yeah. What made you stop playing a run for a month? Man, it would be so nice if the Hellfire Mortar pushed away the Tengus. Like the things that fly that are on top of its path. That is probably one of the weaknesses of this spell. Like very a small amount of weaknesses. But it does have a weakness. You had an amazing Necromancer summoner that took you a week to play out since you just don't want to deal with that playstyle, didn't want to deal with that playstyle. Still splattered in Snake. Over a weekend you died in Snake? That's crazy. Its biggest weakness is that it is on Bog. Okay, I can see exactly what you're talking about. Like they're very similar spells. They're very similar spells. But like Bog does have the weakness of like straight up not doing anything to flying monsters. At least Hellfire Mortar will kill flying monsters for you. Um, but yeah, they are very similar things now that you mention it. No wonder I like it so much. You were not hooked on crawling enough to play a lot. Stop playing mid run. Mid run being in SOT? That doesn't seem like mid run to me. That seems like you were 2 steps from the finish line and you tapped out. Um, yeah, I have never done that. But then again, pretty much the entirety of my runs are played in 1 or 2 sittings on stream. And even before I started streaming, I also played runs in 1 or 2 sittings. Anyway, we have finished Depths 4, and you need at least 3 runes to enter the realm of Sot, the game says. Even though I could probably just completely destroy Sot with what I have at the moment. So I have to fulfill the requirement of the 3rd rune. Do I do Bolt 5? Yeah, sure, let's do it. Wait a turn, go downstairs, teleport away. Okay, nice that the torpor snail stopped being a torpor snail, because being slowed in this situation was a little bit sketchy. I have 13 haste, I should probably drink one. It's not like I'm not gonna have enough for Sot. Are you weak to cold? No, you're resistant. Yeah, I'm just gonna fridge. You know, the game always prompts me, are you sure you wanna fridge your Hellfire Mortar? And like, yeah, I want to. You know what I should be using? Brilliance, because I just remembered. Um, I took half a year of a break from Crawl, so don't blame me on this one. But I remember that Brilliance halves your mana usage, and so it is going to be quite a useful tool immediately. I want to wait to Epoch. I really want to wait to Epoch till I see more monsters. Yes, look at that. It only cost me 3 mana to cast Reach. Come on. What a bad blink. So many tiles and it still lands me next to monsters. The actor captain is full HP. Of course it is. It only just joins the fray. Yep. It also apparently doesn't care about my armor class, as is often the case. Cow, oh yeah, with the Arbalest it shoots for 63. I still have 57 armor class, so I don't know. I call shenanigans on that. Another Jactor Captain. The second draw out power heal was for 31. It was a little bit. Was it on the no? It was on the low side of things. Also, I'm not recovering the HP fast enough. Fortunately, it's not like I will continue spamming that. I think that we only need 2 casts of that. Definitely better than going for a Napok play there because I didn't know if there were gonna be a lot of monsters coming my way. And if I had used Napok early, that would have been potentially a death sentence. You gotta like it's a very powerful thing to use, but the more the game goes on, the more you have to think about how you want to use it and when you want to use it. Oh, I messed up there. Ooh, that is a bit rough. We are not well equipped to deal with that. Yeah, it's not gonna kill me, but we cannot stay here. So I went for the tele into the Ru draw out power yet again because here's the thing: draw out power not only heals you, it gives you mana, so it's a lot of pretty good sustain in the middle of a fight. If I didn't have it, well, things would have been a lot more complicated than they have been so far. Um, no, stop doing that, man! I don't like these guys. Tengu River's Ruin Hellfire Mortar. Okay, Menace is still here. Mm, going pretty well. Going pretty well. I went for Mortar, Zombie Hands, Iron Shot here, and the combination of all those things is probably gonna kill Menace. Zombie Hands is important because Menace has big evasion, huge evasion as you can see, and also huge shield, always generates with a tower shield. And so dealing damage to Menace is very, very hard normally. But Zombie Hands removes its huge evasion, and Menace cannot block beams. So, so that's how we deal with Menace. Yeah, fortunately, the character does have the tools to deal with this guy. Uh, Rom? Power Leap? You kill Menace. Training for armor is reached. But we did get Shatter. We did get Shatter. Let's just turn that on and forget about it. I don't want to use Potion of Mana. I'm going to use Ambrosia instead. Did I get marked? Are you joking? It has a 3%. It has a 3%. No way. I got marked with a 3% chance to get marked. You thought silence would be scary than it ended up being? Do not be misled by how easily I handled that. If I hadn't gone for Tele as my first action when Menace appeared, it would have been really, really rough because Menace did go for the silence. Um, after the after I teleported and Menace appeared, I cast things to be able to deal with Menace immediately. So it would have been kind of okay even if I had gotten silence because I felt like I was going to be able to kill him with what I casted. Um, but yeah, if I had made a single mistake in any of the turns where I was fighting Menace, I could have died because of the silence. Silence is deadly to a mage, but as long as you plan around it, It is fine. And one of the most important things is that Menas, even if Menas casts silence immediately upon seeing you, you still have like 1 or 2 turns where the silence is still not engulfing you, so you can play around it. So you do have time to cast 1 or 2 spells before Menas reaches you. No, not that. Yeah, the mark is crazy. Um, I want to cancel that. Yeah, it's worth it. Actually, crazy that this guy marked me with a 3% chance to get marked. Literally 3%. So I killed it, but I had to play perfectly. Yeah, pretty much. Um, when Menas was here, like it was kind of close to me, but it was also really hurt. I still hadn't been silenced, and Menas was really hurt, so I figured that going for the power leap death blow was a good idea. 17 dice of 3 is a lot of damage. Yeah, that is quite consistent damage. Very good execution damage. So I figured that it was better to just take the kill there instead of having the mortar disappear and Menace silence me, and then things would get kind of inconvenient. It would still not be a deadly situation because I could just haste and run away until the silence wore off, and then just like zombie hands Menace and do other things. If I had access to evocables, if I was not playing Ru and I could use evocables, I would have tried to kill Menas with explosions there, like in that situation. Mm. But yeah, you play with what you have. It would be nice if I had my mana back. In fact, this is one of the reasons why I don't like to do Bolts 5 on mages. This is a bit of an exception to that rule because I have Ru, and Ru has been giving me plenty of mana whenever I need it. But it's come at the cost of drain, and drain, I would prefer to not be drained. This Undying Armory kind of spooks me a lot. That looks like it's very difficult to kill. Like very, very difficult to kill. It doesn't have weaknesses, which means that it's like it's gonna last, and because it's gonna last and it does scary things, it is a pretty spooky thing to see. The idle string cancellation to make the mark disappear, that is precisely what I did. Oh wow. This guy has an Evening Star speed from an Undying Armory, so that's what it does. Are you fast? It is not fast. But it looked like it got a tile on me there for some reason. Walking into unexplored territory is always always scary and dangerous. Like you generally should not do that. I wonder if it can open doors. The answer is yes. 38 damage. The flashing still hits you. A weapon leaps out from the undying armory and lunges at you. And it is a long sword of draining, summon strong repelling missiles. Mighty Longsword of Draining Dancing Weapon. Yep, that is definitely a top tier threat in this place. I still have no idea how I'm going to deal with that monster. I'm just gonna read another tele. Somehow I am down to 5 teles. Maybe Brom could get the job done here. Gonna try to set up a position where Brom kills it. Okay, that was a pretty good tele. There is a Convoker here. I should get rid of it and secure the corner. The corner is one of the safest spots that you can be in Bolt 5. I have 8 Fogu. Uh, okay, that was some massive damage. 3 dice of 29. Okay, we got the corner. I got marked again. Okay, so we don't have the corner. What I wanted to do was to do a controlled blink, but the Convoker just like walked forward and blocked me from being able to control blink into this spot using Fogo to maneuver my line of sight, or to manipulate my line of sight. Oh, we are dealing some damage with LRD, all right. Get rid of the Lost Soul, or maybe not get rid of the Lost Soul. Um, Lost Souls are super annoying because they will always revive the Death Mage. The Death Mage is there, but the Lost Souls are here. But then, if you spend a turn killing the Lost Soul, like it would have been wonderful if I had killed that Lost Soul instead of leaving it at almost destroyed. Then I could kill the Death Mage, but it still summoned 2 more. So, like, yeah, they're just really annoying. The correct thing to do in this kind of situation, I feel like it's just to kill the Death Mage and then just kill the Death Mage again. You destroyed my Hellfire Mortar by placing a Lost Soul in front of it. It really should just push monsters instead of being destroyed by a monster being in front of it. If you're wondering what I'm doing here, I have 1 cancellation. I don't want to go down to 0 cancellation for SOT, so I don't want to use it, but I also don't want to be marked, so I guess I should just get rid of this Death Mage right now and just get rid of it again. It happened again. I shouldn't do that. That is not a good play. Yeah, I almost apoked the things that we see at the moment, and yeah, bad play. Would rather do that I just did. Yeah, monsters are not gonna stop coming. We definitely don't have the mana to kill these guys. Okay, the Undying Armory is here. I really have no idea how you kill that. Because it has everything. So I cannot Iron Shot it. I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't substantial. Oh yeah, like it says so there. It isn't substantial and immune to ensnarement, so I cannot zombie hands it. I cannot Iron Shot it. It has good evasion, so even Hellfire Mortar is not gonna get the job done. It also has resistance. Man, it is a really crazy enemy. Lost Soul doing Doom Lost Soul things. Yeah, pretty much just being super annoying, getting in the way of everything. Gonna read Tele now. Okay, so I hope that there's only one of those. one of those things, one Undying Armory in the whole level. Would be great if that was the case, but I don't think it is a unique. I think it should be a unique, but I don't think it is a unique. Even uniques have more weaknesses than that thing. Ignition is at 36%. And there's been some situations where I've been like, I wish I had ignition, but what about shatter? Shatter is at 95%. Yeah, 95. Finally, a peaceful corner. Yep, we have a corner. Back to full resources. So level look really tense so far. Oh, and you haven't seen like this. In my opinion, for me, this has been a good Vault 5. That's how like normally Bolt 5 is a really messed up level for me. The fact that we have not been in any situation where I'm like, oh, it's over, I'm dead, I'm gonna die, is already a big win for me. Bolt 5 is one of my least favorite levels in the whole game. People consider it to be fun because it is a dangerous level, but I do not particularly like it when levels are like that likely to kill me. Um, and I feel like Bolt 5 has a lot of that. Man, Brom is such a fantastic spell. I'm enjoying it a good amount. The combination of Brom and Hellfire Mortar, so you push the monsters into the Hellfire Mortar line of range, not line of fire, into the Hellfire Mortar range is great. We still have not found the rune. You know how it is in Bolt 5. There's no way to tell where the rune is. This is crazy if this was far from the... Oh no, this has been a good Bolt 5 for me. And I attribute that to Ru because there's been a couple of situations where like I am out of resources and Ru just lets me draw out power, and that's how I avoid death. Talking about avoiding death, the Hellfire Mortar is definitely working on the Undying Armory. If it hurts it enough, like I wanted to be severely wounded, didn't get to that point. Go for the blink. The blink is bad, but it's fine. You know, Blink is a heavy worker. Like not a heavy worker, but like um, like it does a good job. Like a big time player, I guess is a better way to put it. So it just like being disappointing once or twice is not really that much of a problem. Okay, there we go. And now the play is wait a turn. Maybe the mortar kills the Undying Armory. Okay, yeah, but it took a while to do that. I knew that I was gonna be able to kill it if it was alone. It's just that the thing was that it was almost never alone. Like it had support. And fighting that thing with support, having to dedicate so many turns to killing it with support, pretty scary endeavor. I'm out of mana. But Shadow Dragons cannot open doors. So I'm back to full mana. And the Shadow Dragon was still waiting for me. Mm, If I was to suggest a change to Hellfire Mortar, it would really be that that the spell should not just fizzle if its path is blocked. Instead of that, it should push monsters out of the way. It would make it a way more fun spell. Um, I've heard that people think it's weak, but I have not really found that to be the case. But then again, I have flying, so maybe that is helping a lot. It's too fun already. Yeah, this ring is also pretty good. It's not the kind of ring that my character could make the most use of. Also, I have only one ring slot, and yeah, I know that I'm not using that. Boots of meatballs. Pretty great boots, but once again, not the kind of boots that I need on my character. The boots that I need on my character are the ones that I have equipped. It's gonna be difficult for the game to give me better boots than the ones that I already have. Another Undying Armory. It feels like it maybe should be a unique. That's how powerful these things are. All right. Your boulder barrels into the Undying Armory. The Undying Armory is severely damaged. Did I just get a couple of good rolls on a low power Undying Armory? Man, I'm getting crazy rings on this character that doesn't need them. I'm surprised by how good the rings have been on this character. Like, fortunately, I do not need them. If I needed them and I was bound by only having one ring, this would be absolutely horrendous. Um, let's see what we have. Maybe we have something that is better than what I have at the moment. Because the ring that I have is pretty basic. It's just a ring of intelligence that also happens to have six intelligence and fire resistance. It's a pretty basic ring. You would think that with the crazy amount of really high quality rings that the game has generated, I would have one that could replace it, but nope. No, in fact, that ring of fire resistance that I just found has -5 intelligence instead of +6 intelligence. And considering how we are a spellcaster and we have wild magic, and yeah, I still have wild magic. Yeah, we cannot really afford to lose the intelligence. We need it. Shatter is at 86% chance to fail. It will stay like that for a while. Yeah, maybe potentially for the whole game. But anyway, that is Bolt 5. Now I can go and do SOT. And I would normally be streaming, be ending the stream right about now, but no, let's just do SOT. And by do SOT, I mean dive SOT. We have 4 magic mappings, so that means that I have to do SOT 1. Still as mana inefficient as always. Unless I use Hellfire Mortar. I rush SOT often, more often than not. I do because, and here's the thing: it's not a matter of well, it is a bit of a matter of gameplay, rushing SOT. Because like as I said earlier, like I have been at the point where I am kind of done with this character and have been for a little while. But not only that, also I am at the point where like I'm starting to feel it in my throat, like it's getting sore. I want to end stream. Like this is about the time where I would normally end stream. I stream for about 4 hours. Um, and so I dive sought to end the character faster. Um, I only clear sought on characters that can really just like clear it super fast and super easy, and recently those have been less and less frequent characters. It's crazy that Conjure Flame made a comeback in the form of a level 7 spell. It is even more powerful than Conjure Flame because the monsters cannot step on the lava even if they wanted to, whereas monsters could step on Conjure Flame. Um, and in fact, they frequently did that. All right, this the Draconian is really not a problem, so just gonna wait to have Power Leap, and I'm gonna Power Leap it. Just speed running it then? Yeah, pretty much. Also, I think that Hellfire Mortar is making a ton of noise, and it is pulling all of the monsters in the level to where I am. Also, that was not a good idea. That blink was a bad idea. Aspiring Flesh, becoming a Dream Sheep. That could be dangerous. Please don't grab me. Okay. Getting grabbed there could have been bad. That didn't kill anything. That's crazy. Broadly speaking, how do you play a Blaster of a God that doesn't restore mana? Basically, any other than Behemoth and Sith. Root restores mana. Part of the reason why I went Root with this character. You play it carefully, or you hybridize. So you kill Popcorn with melee, or with a launcher, or with a Boko Balls. Or you finish fight with those things when you run out of mana. That's how you play a mage with that without like a reliable source of mana restoration. If this character had gotten melee and like with 15, 9, 16 defenses, I could melee things all right. Like I could be a melee character if I had trained any melee skills. And it's not like we have not found good weapons. We have found plenty of demon one-handers. Um, It's just that I didn't really feel like it. But it would have sped up the character a lot. Probably would have made it easier. There's been some situations that maybe wouldn't have been nearly as hard as they were because I didn't have any melee. Maybe with melee they would have been a lot easier. Is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, but it is certainly possible. Not like you need Sif or Behemoth to play a mage. Let me take a sip of water, actually. Hadn't thought about it yet, but playing a full 7-hour crawl run while talking the entire time is crazy. Yeah, it is in 2 sittings, to be perfectly fair. I wouldn't be able to do it in 1 sitting. At least not anymore. Like, I think that when I started streaming, I could do it. Now I cannot do it anymore. And yeah, I just have to do this until I find the downstairs. But I already found all 3 downstairs, so I am just gonna go ahead and go downstairs now. I get the luxury of checking all 3 downstairs. Mm, and I mean luxury because that means that I can choose the one that is the best for my current situation, like the one that gets me to the next level the fastest. Hello, cool guy dude. Thank you for stopping by. I have to say that the new spells really make Iron Shot look like underpowered Garbage in comparison. Like maybe it should be level 5 levels of underpowered. Oh yeah, this would be a great situation for Ignition. Ignition would kill all of these guys except for the Dread Draconians in like 1 or 2 casts. But unfortunately, we don't have that, and we don't have Shatter. I have Apoc. Do I Apoc or Draconian Band? Let's see. This is an experiment to see how badly it drains me. Yeah, it was a pretty substantial drain as I expected. I didn't even kill everything. .67% chance to miscast Shatter. That is a shame. I wish that I could have used Shatter with this character. It could be real fun. So there I have the Death Cuff, and like I don't want to be slowed while surrounded by all those Draconians, so I just go upstairs. I probably shouldn't be doing that actually. There's just too many enemies there. Aha, this is there's a lot less monsters here, so probably gonna be a lot easier. Technically, casting Shatter always works. I mean, it would work if I could cast it, but 65% chance to fail Shatter is not very inspiring. I mean, keep in mind that this is the kind of character that has miscast a 5% chance to miscast 3 turns in a row. So I know that I'm never succeeding at casting Shatter. I didn't say specifically who is shattering. Are there any monsters that have Shatter? I wonder if that is the case. Like apart from Panlords, can Panlords have Shatter? Because I remember, like back in the day, Jorgrun had Shatter, but that was removed a while ago. Maybe with the removal of Jorgrun having Shatter, came the removal of Shatter as a monster spell altogether. The Doomhound is kind of spooky. I don't wanna. The joke is that Earth miscasts are shattering yourself. Oh yeah, technically casting Shatter always works because you either shatter yourself or you shatter everything. That makes sense. Gron the Punished. That is nice because I need Gron for the tournament. Um, do you need Line of Fire for this? Oh, now it checks willpower. Ah, it used to not check willpower. Yeah, back in the day when this didn't check willpower, it was a very dangerous thing. I guess it is still a very dangerous thing, but at least you can protect yourself from it. Um, for some reason I have minus potion. What even gave me that? I'm at full HP. Oh, the bolt of lightning hits you, you resist, you feel threatened. Why would I feel threatened after taking 2 damage? Like that is completely nonsensical. But sure. How hard do you hit? With your launcher you deal 57. Okay. Yeah, fortunately we have 59 armor class because Gargoyle moment. And that was Gron. Pretty easy kill. Yep. As far as late game uniques go, pretty easy. I think that with the Doomhounds checking willpower came a substantial nerf to Gron. To the point where, yeah, like Gron is nothing compared to Park Hit or BB or Tiamat, which, yeah, like all three of those can generate here. The Merfolk had a terrible time with BB. It was such a hard fight. Probably the most dangerous monster that I killed that whole game. Gotta rest my mana. BB? You don't know about BB? BB the Exile, one of the Stormborn, formed untold aeons ago with supreme command over rock. Her people sheltered deep within the living earth, so whatever has forced Bibi into the oppressive openness of the dungeon must be dire indeed. But whatever it is, she's not talking. And she has a ton of HP, and a ton of willpower, and a ton of armor class, and a ton of evasion for something as tanky as she is, and fire resistance, and cold resistance, and immunity to poison, and immunity to negative energy, and resistance to electricity. And she also hits like a truck and has crazy spells. Yeah, BB is quite something. Um, this is how an endgame unique should look. Gron, I don't think that he's on the same league as BB. Oh, this is a Berserk Golden Dragon. Attacks bite 60, claw 30, trample 30. Very scary. You did see BB in the crypt once and immediately left. Wise thing to do. I would recommend that you do the same thing every time. It sounded like I was saying BB. No, I was saying BB. Effectively the same thing, don't you think? Okay, waited 20 turns to wear out the Cirque from the Golden Dragon. I don't mind a Cirque Elephant, but I don't want to have anything to do with Cirque Golden Dragons. This looks like a Napok angle if I've seen one. That guy must not have gotten hit by the Apok because otherwise it wouldn't be so high on HP. At least nothing here constricts me. True the true like horror of being affected by a monster with blink allies and circling, which is one of the worst things that exists in the game, is when that monster has an ally that constricts you. That is super messed up. I have had characters that I feel like are super strong and then just die after a turn or two or of blink allies and circling into constriction. Like it's really that bad. Um, Okay, went for a mana potion. I think I'm also gonna follow it up with a potion of brilliance. And yeah, I tried to use digging here, but no digging because I sacrificed that earlier on. But it's okay. Oof, 41 damage breath weapon. Man, that is a crazy roll, by the way, because that deals 3 dice of 20. This thing deals 3 dice of 20, and I have 59 armor class, and it still hit me for 41. Like, cannot drink potions. I might die here. This is getting pretty bad. That guy is severely wounded. Yeah, if it does that again, then I could be in a really messed up position. But like I have 59 armor class and that hits for 3 dice of 20. I don't think it's gonna happen again. I would like to believe it's not gonna happen again, but then again I'm fighting two monsters that can do that. So yeah, it's pretty nasty. Oh, the purple draconian shifter breeds dispelling energy at the yellow draconian. Ah, yellow draconian. The yellow draconian dies and it also hit me. This guy is blind and it just happened to accidentally hit me? Or what why did it shoot at the yellow draconian? Oh, no idea. Oh wait, I have blinking. I should use blinking. Why haven't I used blinking? Yeah, let's just not die instead of dying. Blinking and Fogu. And then I can just go upstairs. Yeah. For some reason I didn't even think of blinking as an option. I wonder why that is. When did I get such a stack of them? This is what happens when you don't use blinking the whole game. I think that was literally the first blinking that I've used in the whole game. A 50% chance to fail Shatter, and I succeed at casting it. Let's go. Unfortunately, I need to cast it more than once to kill everything, but it did deal some pretty horrendous damage to that dire elephant to the point where I could just finish it off very easily. Let me get rid of this Moth of Wrath. Single most important thing to do. Do I do it again? Hey, I won another coin flip. Let's go. You were so happy to see they added that post as flavored text to the game? Who has, like, is that the blinking flavor text or where does that come from? No, it doesn't seem to be the case. Sometimes you may not see them until depths. Yeah, or you may just find one in the entirety of the game and then no more. Now it's a 47% chance to fail. And wow, I still have yet to fail a shatter. We take those. Can I go for another one though? Wow, 4 in a row! Incredible! You think it was the swiftness spell? Oh, I think the swiftness spell is like the run one. But it may be the hit the bricks one. Just walk out. You can leave work, social thing, movies, home class, dentist, clothes shopping. To fancy wheat store. Cops if you're quick friendships. If it sucks, hit the bricks. Real winners quit. Yeah, hit the bricks. I remembered it as just walk out. You can leave. Because this is legit really good advice for crawl. Just walk out, you can leave. Sometimes like that is the best thing that you can do. And even if you are like running away from something, you don't have to panic and use like a blinking. Sometimes you just walking out, you can leave. Is like a really good advice for crawl, especially if you have swiftness. If you have swiftness, just walk out. You can leave. So that was 4 shatters in a row, or was it 5? I think it was 4. Wow. Okay, it hasn't failed yet. Okay, there we go. Now we got a shatter miscast. Level 27, we get intelligence here. Why? Oh, because of vertigo. Yeah, like I was like, why did my chance to cast a shatter go down after getting intelligence? It's 38% now. It's 38%. It's gonna happen. It's probably gonna happen. Oh, this is so exciting. I'm gonna cast Shatter a lot. Man, this character should go do extended. The thing is that I guess I could end after clearing SOT 5 and then I just come back on Saturday or Sunday. Probably not Saturday. I'm gonna go out on Saturday. Um, and then I do extended in another stream. I'm probably gonna do that because this is shaping up like a character that is worthy to be taken to extended. Like good defenses, good resistances, good spells. It has Rue, so I have a Puck, and a Puck is good for the whole game. That's just how it is. Let's see how much damage it deals now. 10 plus 4 to 8 dice of 23. Yeah, that's 8 dice of 23 is about as much. No, it's more damage than full power Firestorm. Spell Firestorm. 8 dice of 25. Okay, so full power Firestorm is 8 dice of 25. Annihilate is 8 dice of 23 on like the best roll. Um, yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. And keep in mind that I've had that for like since the very beginning, and I've had it like for the whole run, and I didn't have to train for it. Like it's just so good. Ru is a really powerful god. The sacrifices might get you killed, and I cannot say that I have not missed specifically evocations. I do think that having 2 rings would also be nice, but um, what you get from Ru in exchange of those sacrifices, in exchange for those sacrifices, is like well worth it. The circus bolt. I wouldn't be surprised if there were no more clowns here because I think I already killed everyone. Yeah, I definitely killed everyone. Deep Dwarf Fighter of Ru was so much fun. I never played Deep Dwarf of anything that was not like Macleb or Eli. I think those were the gods. Um, Never tried Deep Dwarf of Ru. My first win was a Deep Dwarf. It was many versions ago. It was in 0.8. And it was a Deep Dwarf Earth Elementalist because the community told me that was the most broken thing. Um, And then I did the same character, Deep Dwarf Earth Elementalist, but it was 15 runes. Both times I got Shatter. Prehistoric Minotaur Berserker? No, it took me a while. Also, when I started playing, it was Mountain Dwarf Berserker, but people told me to play Deep Dwarf Earth Elementalist, so that's what I did. Not that Minotaurs didn't exist back then, but that was before they had the retaliatory headbutt um and like I think they had worse aptitudes as well. When Mountain Dwarf was originally removed, Minotaur got buffs. I think that's how it was. I wonder if people miss Hill Orc with the passion that they missed Mountain Dwarf. Mountain Dwarf removal was like the thing in the community. It was like the thing to point at when developers remove things. And now they're back, and they're a lot more interesting than they were before. Yeah, 0.8. It was more than a decade ago. It took me a month. I remember being pretty frustrated about like how come I have won so many games of NetHack and this crawled thing is so hard. Like that was literally something that I thought, word for word. Have I ever LRD'd a Brom Boulder yet? No, but I could. Definitely something to do at the end of the life of the boulder. You blow up your boulder, and the combos, the synergy. You wonder if anyone misses the traps and doors skill. I missed the title. The title was Dungeon Master for 27 traps and doors. I got it once. A 27. Oh, no, Metalomancer is for 24 Earth Magic. For 27 it is Petro Digitator. I think I want Metalomancer. Metalomancer is a better title than Petro Digitator. 26.9. Politician title for stabbing was funny too. That's another one that I got. Yeah, I'm not such a collector of rare titles because there's some that are super messed up to get, but I did have some that weren't so difficult to acquire. Well, I mean that guy berserked me, so I figured that I might as well just tab it. It was only a moth of rat, so not particularly difficult to kill with tap, even if I have zero training. Mm, I have these. Why am I even thinking about what to do? Yeah, I have so many options that I am not used to having that I just forget to use them. Oh, it doesn't hit that hard. For some reason, I was under the impression that a Shadow Dragon while Berserked would be dangerous, but no, I guess it's only the Golden Dragon. And dragons hard counter Hellfire Mortar because they will always fly and be on the way. It's extremely annoying. Also, why are those guys fighting the blind? That was Ru. Yeah, I was like, why are they chasing the Hellfire Mortar instead of attacking me? We take those. What would you say kept me? What would I say kept me interested in the game for so long? It is very replayable. I don't know. It is very replayable. I did play it without running into many issues for about 3,000 hours. Like there were some times where I quit for years because I was frustrated at how I was playing the game more than the game itself. But I guess that part of that was just changes to the game that have been making it a little bit more difficult, a little bit at a time. Like for example, when Depths was a thing that was introduced into the game, I was having a good run, and back in the day I used to do Lord of Darkness 3, which is win a game without entering Lair, Orc, or Bolts, which is a very, very difficult thing to do. I used to do it every tournament. And the first tournament where Depths was a thing, I went from D15 to Depths 1, and my Depths 1 had the Enchantress. And the Enchantress confused me, and I was in a closet, and pretty much I got poked for 3 damage until I died because there was really nothing that I could do. When you're doing one of those runs, you're not really gonna have that many consumables, and whatever little potions of curing I had, the Enchantress burned through them very quickly. It was really rough. You actually booted up a few runs after seeing me stream for the first time in a while, and the new stuff is really cool. You saw a cache of fruit in youth room, but died to the gamble. Was that just for flavor? I think it was just for flavor. I also saw a cache of fruit earlier. Maybe not in this character, but I did see a cache of fruit. Yeah, Shadow Dragons are really, really no problem. I'm doing SOT now. Like I was gonna dive SOT, but now that I have decided that I'm gonna do extended at some point in the near future with this character, I am just gonna clear it, get the experience, actually have Shatter castable for the purposes of extended. I would have liked to do it with the Shining one, but Ru is also okay. Can't wait to see how SOT 5 is gonna work. I'm gonna Shatter a lot. Um, because we right now we are kind of in the process of acquiring the experience to Shatter. This is gonna take a while. I have no mana. We should be fine here. I'm gonna draw out power, just so I can cast some spells. Thank you for the follow, Wireframe Wife. You're sure the Vestibule of Hell will help with the experience? I could do the Vestibule of Hell right now, most likely. Like, just go in, Apoc. I have so much armor class, like, this guy's like a fly. It's a Berserk Shadow Dragon, and it's barely hurting me. Look at how much does no damage is in my log. It's beautiful. The crazy part is, once again, it was Berserk. If it was not Berserk, that would be kind of normal, but tanking a Berserk monster like that takes another level of armor class. Um, Shatter is at 22%. I think that I'm gonna try to get it to like 15, and then I'm gonna go do the Vestibule, and I'm gonna open with Apoc, and then spam Shatter. Shatter with Potion of Brilliance. We only have 3 of those, so I'm gonna have to be a little bit careful, but yeah, we can do the Vestibule. It's a gnarly character. Gargoyle is a good character to take to extended for a couple of reasons. The fact that it is like perma statue form but without the slow is really helpful for the torment resistance, no miasma. For the abyss, sickness immunity is okay. Um, but it also has a little bit of a downside in its low amount of HP. That means that Damnation hurts a lot more percentage HP wise than it hurts other characters. Balrogs in my SOT 4. This SOT 4 looks like the Iron City of these. Um, yeah, this kind of looks like the Iron City of these. What is up with this? Also, I don't think that Hellfire Mortar is gonna do a lot versus Balrogs. Um, it does hit them with physical damage because Bolt of Magma does physical alongside fire. I guess I should just fridge them. Why am I even overthinking this? Just fridge them. Crazy to think that the Balrog from the Lord of the Rings is only a 2. I feel like it should be a 1. In case you don't know what I'm talking about, demons in Crawl are represented by numbers. It goes from 5 to 1. 5 are like Imps, Ufetubi, Quasits. 4s are like Hellwings. Uh, what other 4s are there in the game? There's plenty of 4s. Let me see. Yeah, these are the 4s. Orange Demons, Hellwings, Ice Devils, Rose Devils, Red Devils, and Chaos Spawns. And then the 3s are Soul Eaters, Sun Demons, Six Firis, Smoke Demons, Necosex, and Inoxinuls. And then the 2s are what the game considers Greater Demons, so they can be summoned by Summon Greater Demon. In this category, we have Cacodemons, Sin Beasts, which I have not seen, Balrogs, Green Deaths, Reapers, Blizzard Demons, Shadow Demons, Hellions, and Tormentors. What does this thing do? Ravenous Brute of a Demon as much animal as person. Born from the residue of mortal depravity, it gorges itself on malice and magic alike. It is fast and it bites to drain magic and it tramples, knockbacks the defender. Is this like a merging of Lorosiproca and Hellbeast? I suppose. There's no Lorosiproca here, and it used to be a 2. Okay. Um, it is indeed a merge of a Lorosiproca and a Hellbeast, and it has anti-magic melee, so that's something to look forward to in Hell or Pan or whatever it spawns. But anyway, the ones are the absolute greatest demons that exist in the game. Um, For me, I have Hell Sentinels as the glyph for a Panlord, and I have Executioners as the glyph for a lower demon because, I mean, Executioners they just run and hit you. Um, Most characters that get to the point where they start seeing Executioners can deal with that very easily, even if it runs super fast and it hits you super often. But on the other hand, Hell Sentinels are very tanky and they hit really hard, so they're pretty scary. The Fiends and the Tzitzimime are tormentors, so they're pretty scary because of that. And Ignacio is a unique executioner, and this one is worthy of respect because it always generates with an executioner's axe, so it hits a lot harder. Inoxinul feels like it should be lower. I don't agree. It summons a lot of things. It has Iron Shot. They're pretty dangerous enemies. Inoxinul. It has Iron Shot. It has Iron Shot. 3 dice of 16 Iron Shot. You can see it in my console. Doesn't show in tiles because of the way that I capture tiles. Doesn't scroll down, but you can see it in my console indeed. It has Iron Shot, but it's such low hit. It has such low hit dice that its Iron Shot is not the kind of nuclear damage that you would normally associate with Iron Shot. How long has it been like that since I started playing? It's always had it. The thing is that it also has summon demonic butterflies, except that it's not called summon demonic butterflies. It's summon of a 2B. No, yeah, it still has it. So if it summons multiple Ufe 2B, it can often block its own line of fire, so it can sabotage itself. But if it doesn't do that, it can Iron Shot you, and it can Iron Shot you if it can Iron Shot you if you are next to it, like if you're within melee range. Nice, two executioners. That. Oh, I see now. This is not a this sword. This is a full level sword bolt with a little bit of every hell in it. Okay, so that's nice. This is Tartarus, and I guess this is Koki too. So as long as I don't see fiends, we're fine. It always felt like a push over to you. Well, they have low HP and low defenses, so they're on the fragile side of things, but that doesn't make them any less damaging. Um, Kirsto. Yeah, we are going to appreciate for a moment how nice it is to be a gargoyle because these guys are gonna torment me and like that's gonna be like 30 damage instead of the amount of damage that it should deal. Yeah, 37. We can deal with 2 Kirstos. We can, but I'm going to choose to not do that. Like I'm just gonna avoid it. These things fly, so Shatter doesn't do well versus them. Yeah, your body is racked with pain, you take 29 damage, whatever. A Hellion is a lot scarier than a Tormentor. And by a Tormentor, I mean like a monster that has Torment. Toe equals jammed. Worthy of note is that that only applies to this guy. Yeah, most characters would be afraid of a curse though. I wish I had some bread for my dinner. Like it is almost 11 p.m. over here. So like I know that I wouldn't be able to catch a bakery open to buy some bread, even if I yeah, even if I wanted to. So no bread for me tonight. I'll just get some for tomorrow evening. Did I just get blinked away from the stairs? Yeah, purple draconian shifter blinked me away. What a rude guy. Yeah. The dragons all fly and shatter deals pretty weak damage to things that fly. Okay, I don't want to be surrounded by berserking dragons, so we go upstairs here. Yep, mortar. Alrighty. 16% chance to miscast Shatter. We're getting really close to the point where I can go do the Vestibule of Hell. It's probably gonna be full of those new Hell Beast in Noxinu, or like Hell Beast Lorosiproca things, which are neither Hell Beasts nor Lorosiprocas, but a combination of both. Do they have evasion? They don't have evasion, so Iron Shot is my answer to this. Okay, Shatter got the job done. When are Blessed Toes coming back? I've been waiting for Silver Stars to come back for a very long time. I think it would be super funny if sometimes instead of Orbs of Fire, there were Orbs of Ice or Silver Stars in SOT. And in case you think I'm making things up, why is it not here? It used to be here. A couple of versions ago, it was there. Like if you search for an Orb of Ice, it appeared there. You can also like there's some funny things here. Um, Yeah, Nelly, star of the show. A highly intelligent elephant who traveled as part of a circus one dark night. She slipped out of her chain and disappeared into pandemonium, never to be seen again. Where do you find Nelly? Who is Nelly? Nelly is a unique elephant. She only appears in a sprint, but she's real. Like you could start a sprint, like you have to start the correct sprint. I don't remember which one it is, but she's a real monster. Another monster you may not be aware of that exists is Chuck. Chuck the Collector. Chuck the Stone Giant loves rocks, the bigger the better. Over the years, he has managed to amass quite the collection, including some rare enchanted ones. So Chuck has branded large rocks. Way back in the day, you could get branded projectiles, and Chuck still has those. And so Chuck drops them when you kill him. Again, this is a monster from a sprint. You're not gonna find him in a normal game. But yeah, there are orbs of ice. Those things exist. They just don't exist in the normal game. I guess they might have been removed from the sprint. I think they appeared in Thunderdome. I haven't done sprints in a very long time. Maybe after the tournament is over for the rest of Crawl September, I'm going to do some sprint runs. I'm gonna do the sprints that are fun, not the ones that are extremely spoiler reliant. Energy of the goofy enemy names from NetHack when under hallucination. Um, yeah, just like Blorkula the Orkula. Blorkula the Orkula. Can you believe that this is a thing that was recently added to the game? This reads like a thing that would be soon to be removed from the game. Blorkula the Orkula. Can you believe it? Yeah, Blork the Orc got reworked into being Blorkula the Orkula. Miscast of Shatter. I cannot believe that I started casting it at 50% and I've cast it successfully more times than I've miscast it. These guys don't fly, so Shatter gets the job done. Hey, crystal. Where's that crystal from? I wouldn't say that this represents Cocytus that well because it's crystal. Oh, yeah, you can tell that it's Cocytus in... No, it doesn't look like Cocytus. It looks more like Lom Lobon's realm, now that I think about it. I wonder if you can still snipe things with LRD. Oh, you can. That's nice. Things that I don't know why they're still in the game, but I'm not gonna complain because they are being immediately useful to me. Oh, these are gonna turn into Berserking Katoblepas. Katoblepe. That could be a problem. Into a Furious Katoblepas. Yeah, it is not Berserk, but it is Mighty and Haste, which effectively is being Berserk. Because Berserk for a monster gives Might, Haste, and 50% HP. It's Berserk without the HP. put it like that. 26.9 Earth Magic. Let's get some spell casting then, because we still have Shatter at 12%. Do not forget that I'm casting it with Wild Magic in Pearl Scales, so it's not like I'm wearing Rove. In Rove, I would have been able to cast it at, like I would have it at 1% in Rove at the moment. Oh, the glass I can be LRD'd. Why haven't I been doing that? Slime creature. Oh, it made more than one. That one just landed on the other side and I couldn't kill it in time. Well, time for Brom. Ah, beautiful. Man, I like Brom. I have to use it with another character that didn't find um what was it, a D5 Staff of Earth to properly assess it, because maybe I am biased in favor of it because the conditions where I found it have been very favorable for the spell. Okay, that's SOT 4. Let's do SOT 5. I think I can do SOT 5, then I can do the vestibule, and then I can end stream. Even though I have wanted to end stream for an hour now. If you enjoy this, you should consider like tossing a coin at my direction. I would definitely appreciate that. Yeah. I think I should probably set up a donation goal for like my mom's birthday gift or something. It's in October. It's like next month. But I want to get her something good. Mm, the thing that I'm thinking of this year is like one of those bases for your, like, not bases, but like one of those mattress toppers that are made of memory foam. I have one, and she really likes to come sit on my bed sometimes because it is pretty soft. So I feel like she would greatly enjoy having one of those herself. Um, oh, I don't have imbies. I guess that I burned through all of the imbies that I had. Um, yeah, I burned through all of the imbies that I had in Spider. Okay, so how do we deal with this? We use Hellfire Mortar because this thing sees invisible. And then we wait for it to kill it. Beautiful. If it was not for Hellfire Mortar, that would have been um, immensely inconvenient. Is the vestibule harder now with those Sin Beast enemies? Run its evil corn. Oh man, the flavor text for Death Cups is super funny. I like how it says wait a second, is the Hellfire Mortar immune to Shatter? That is super convenient. I love that. Thank you, Crawl developers, for making things make sense. So that it's not a non-bot to use Hellfire Mortar. A dreadful undead cup of mace. Look, this one was probably a mistake. We're sorry. I find that kind of fourth wall break thing pretty funny. Like that's my kind of humor. Ouch. I don't have the resistance and it still didn't do any damage to me. Man, it feels nice to have so much armor class. The crystal spear hits you. You take 48 damage. I hope that doesn't happen in any consistent fashion. The foul kernel. They also fit in a weird way with everything in SOT being so weird. Yep. Some things are super serious in SOT, like Orb Guardians and well, Orb Guardians perhaps not so much, taking into account their own flavor text, but like um, Killer Clowns, Orbs of Fire, those Promethean guys. Protean, not Promethean. Oh, it doesn't have the flavor text anymore? What happened with X gonna give it to you? Was it removed? That's a shame. Oh, who has a Killer Clown emote? You have the Killer Clown emote. Nice. So if you have Shatter going into SOT 5, you can break into the vault kind of. But it is super unsafe to do. Like if you can break into the vault, you can just kill everything. That should be okay, but I should probably make a run for this specific spot. Or just a step here, like stay here. This death cove, I wish I had a clean way to get rid of it. Oh, miscast of Shatter, 11%. Of course, this happens when I need it not to happen. Is this the Orb Bolt? Did I break into the Orb Bolt? Yes, it seems that I did. Why? Well, I guess it's a stone. It's not, naturally hard stone. Huh. 41 damage. Where did you get all of that damage from? 41 damage. Vaudeville routines with death cops. Absolutely. Mm, Leeches don't fly. Leeches don't fly. I'll use a brilliance. Maybe even my last potion of mana, but I would rather save that for later, for extended. You feel a strong surge of power, you miscast Shatter, you are contaminated with residual magic. Delightful. Immediately I become uncontaminated, but why am I miscasting it at 11% chance more than I was miscasting it at 50% chance? How do you explain that? Again! Again, why does that keep happening? Stop. Why are things going this poorly? What? 88 damage Crystal Spear. The game doesn't want me to do extended. Very clearly, I should just take my win and leave. That's what the game is telling me. Take your win and leave. Jeez. 88 damage Crystal Spear with 59 armor class. This guy has 3 dice of 48 Crystal Spear. 3 dice of 48, and it hit me for 88. Once again, it's some freak roll of my armor class pretty much not existing, and this guy rolling some really, really good damage. Yeah, absolutely tragic. But what can you do about it? Splat rolls. Mm, 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 mm. I think with haste. With haste, I am faster than the Orb Guardians. The Electric Golem is a joke. I am a Gargoyle, and so I shouldn't be afraid of it. I'm just gonna run to the stairs. Yeah. Oh, low hit point warning, 2 damage. Yeah, whatever you say. But I cannot believe the Shatter miscast. Like, that is crazy. That was like 3 miscasts at 11%. Um, when did all of that started to happen? Oh, that was a 41. Um, you miscast Shatter. You miscast Shatter. Then I got a Shatter. And then I think oh yeah, and then I took 88 damage. Yeah, and at that point, the game says, no more fun for you. Delightful, don't you think? Game said, go to hell. Yeah, go to the vestibule of hell, pretty much. Maybe I do that. Maybe I do go to vestibule of hell before continuing. Okay, there we go. That's how it looks when I get Shatter going. So the Black Draconian Knight is a Black Draconian. Black Draconians are the only Draconians that fly. That's why I didn't shatter it. I wish I could have shattered it, but unfortunately, well, it is the only Draconian that flies. Orb of Fire. Now, here's the thing about an Orb of Fire. We don't have great spells for dealing with those. Um, I don't think that we are gonna have that problem in Extended, but Orbs of Fire are the ultimate intertwining of offense and defense. In this game, they do crazy, crazy damage, and they have crazy, crazy defenses, resistances, and HP for when you take into account that they have yeah, 20 armor class, 20 evasion, immunity to fire, cold resistance, immunity to poison, negative energy, and electricity. I see that it doesn't say it is very small. Oh no, it does say that. It's size very small, even though I don't know what size is supposed um to do in this game. Malin Gateway is one of the few orb killers you find. Oh yeah, Malin Gateway is beautiful for dealing with Orbs of Fire. Orbs of Fire cannot do anything, and when I say cannot do anything, I don't mean the Orb of Fire doesn't stand a chance. I mean it literally cannot deal damage to the tentacle because the tentacle is immune to fire, and it also is immune to Malmutate. So Malin Gateway, great spell for dealing with Orbs of Fire. Your favorite thing about Orbs of Fire is very small. Yeah, they're very, very small. Pretty scary, however. Let's do Brom. Yeah, Orb of Fire meet my Orb of Earth. It is certainly not dealing enough damage. I should Apoc it. Not immune to Apoc. Nothing is immune to Apoc. I mean, we're kind of dealing damage to it with Orb of Earth. SS plus OOD. I don't know what SS is, but I know what Orb of Destruction is. Resistance to electricity on an Orb of Fire is funny. Realistically, electricity would make it stronger. See Kyle? Servitor. Profane Servitor. No, not Profane Servitor. What is it called? Not Profane Servitor. Spellforce Servitor. Who is Profane Servitor? Um. Oh yeah, it is Profane Servitor. That's what it is. Microwaving fire makes plasma. You think size just affects some really very miscellaneous things like how fast you move in water? Really? And if you can fumble? Oh yeah, like that affects if you can fumble. And I guess it does affect how fast you can move in water because I don't think ogres get hindered by water in any way whatsoever. Like that's a recent change. I think that we do go for the Apoc here. Hmm. Well, here's a secret about Shatter that no one is gonna tell you. It hurts monsters even if you cannot see them. If you don't miscast it, of course, but how would we not miscast a spell with 11% chance to miscast? Like, of course that's not gonna happen. We are always miscasting those. A 50% chance to miscast a spell? No, we cast that 5 times in a row. Like, of course we cast that 5 times in a row. But 11%? No, that's impossible. Um, New Super Mario Bros. Says mini size means you can run on water. Well, really, really, really small creatures do have a much easier time traversing water like that. We're very proficient wizards here. We don't ever miscast the spells. Oh man, this Orb of Fire is gonna be an annoyance. You know what? I'm gonna bring it upstairs. And by is gonna be, I mean it is being an annoyance. I don't think I care about that much. This guy has 20 armor class. This is not gonna do anything to it. I mean, it is dealing a little bit of damage, but I don't think that is enough. Wait, Permafrost! Permafrost ignores armor class and ignores evasion. Oh, the moment of realization, like I was like, what do I do? And then I remember that this thing ignores armor class and ignores evasion. Oh, Permafrost! So we have an Orb of Fire killer. Let's go, we have an Orb of Fire killer. You know what? It's kind of rough that I have Shatter at 11% chance to miscast, but I already maxed Earth Magic. um, that is because of Wild Magic and because I'm wearing Pearl Scales. And also because I only have 30 intelligence, right? Like the intelligence part is making it a little bit hard to cast a level 9 spell. But unfortunately, I am wearing all the intelligence gear that I have found. Well, I guess this hat has -2 intelligence, but it is otherwise a pretty great hat. Like the 2 pips of willpower is fantastic. Let me see my other options. I guess we have 4 wins, but I will lose mana regen, and I'm not willing to do that. We have the boots of meatballs, but I would lose fire and cold resistance, and once again, I'm not willing to do that. Yeah, we just haven't found a better source of willpower than this great hat. Wizardry. I have one hand. I sacked a hand to Rue, so I'm not willing to give away my 5 resistance and 6 intelligence for wizardry. If I find wizardry, 5 resistance and 6 intelligence, that will be fantastic. But until then, I will stick with this ring, which somehow is the best ring for my character. I have found a lot of really really good rings, and somehow that ring is the best ring for my character. And once again, of course, the signature move of this character, you miscast Shatter at 11% chance to fail. It's getting old how often that is happening. Okay, I think that we're fighting everything that Sod has to offer. I'm gonna do a cheeky shatter. Okay, it almost killed the Dreadlich and it almost killed the White Draconian. I'm gonna draw out power and go for another one. Yeah, just get rid of them. Draw out power is such a good ability. Of course, another 11% chance. And now it's 10%, but it's still a Shatter miscast. This character's signature move, Shatter miscast. The Rift Wizard Mage would completely destroy Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. Have you ever thought about that? About how the Rift Wizard Mage is just on another level of power compared to even the strongest scroll characters? Because yeah, specifically the Rift Wizard 2 Mage could one-shot everything in the game. Because in Rift Wizard 2 there's a spell combination that can kill anything in 0 actions. Like you can do that and you can also take a normal action. It's pretty silly. You bet in Above Dungeon there are billionaire archmages that keep orbs of fires and chandeliers and everyone hates them. There is a bolt that uses a normal fire as a sauna generator. It's pretty funny. The sauna bolt. It's full of red draconians that are neutral to you, and it also has a neutral orb of fire behind glass. So nothing fights you, but they're not your friends either. They're not gonna fight you. They're not gonna fight you, but they're not gonna fight for you either. Is what I'm trying to say. Um, well, that certainly gets rid of the problem of having to go into the orb vault, often littered with traps. So let's see what else we got here. What do you feel about the screen shake from Crawl? Do you find it, or like not from Crawl, from Shatter? Do you find it annoying? Because I personally don't mind, but maybe you do. Just like the effect from Fridge, run out of mana. I was about to pick up the Orb just based on inertia, but no, we need to do 15 runes with this character. Billionaire is probably a follower of Gosag, and the Orb of Fire is on Perma Bribe. Yep. You think the screen shake just gives Shatter more character? It is indeed one of the few spells that has a visual effect like that, so immediately obvious and impossible to ignore. Who would have said that Permafrost would be such a strong spell for the purposes of dealing with Orbs of Fire? I know for sure that I wasn't expecting it. What is it going to turn into a slime creature? Oh wow, it has around 133 HP, so it is hard to kill them before they turn into what they're supposed to. Huh. So I cast Shatter, and Shatter killed the progenitor, but it also dealt damage to the aspiring flesh. Huh, interesting. I wonder what is up with that. Is that a normal fire that I saw? That could be a problem. You always felt that using Passwell should change the pawn to Papyrus for a minute? Oh yeah, this is looking like an Apok moment if I had Apok. Yeah, we're 2 mana away from Apok. This guy has 1% chance to paralyze me, so if it happens, I would be vindicated in not touching this game for about another half a year. Oof. That's another Orb of Fire. Oh no, that's an Aspiring Flesh. Um, if I had more mana potions, this would be a great moment to use one to just finish off these guys. Man, I am missing Behemoth. I wish this character had the mana regen from Behemoth. Stat rot. Who cares about that? Yeah, as long as we don't get anything messed up like Frail. Frail on this character, like, for a big HP character, Frail is theoretically more impactful because it loses more HP. But on the other hand, if you're a low HP character, you are closer to 0 when you have Frail. So like HP only matters when it like helps you be above 0, right? That's a weird way to word what I am thinking of, but I think you understand what I'm talking about. Mm, okay, I hope the exhaustion wears off soon because um I want to use draw out power to get some mana. Zero Fire falters for a moment. The anti-magic effect was useful at least. I really, you know what I should do? I should drink a potion of ambrosia because at least like that is not gonna give me back a lot of HP, but it will give me back a lot of mana. And we are topped off. I thought that Permafrost was supposed to deal a lot of damage to the Herb of Fire. What is up with that? Like it is definitely not performing to the level that I expect it to. Come on, why did you hit that instead of the Herb of Fire? You gotta be joking. For April Fools, they should implement a gacha mechanic to crawl. Crawl is already gacha. I mean, how else do you explain the crazy amount of 10 and 11% miscasts that I've had other than gacha? Like, gacha, everyone knows that gacha is a foul monetization scheme in games. At least crawl is free, but imagine if casting shatter cost $1, like, and then you could fail it and not get back your dollar. Gacha malevolence. Just gonna go upstairs, get back my mana. Wow, 67. What is up with that? What happened there? Damnation. Okay, that explains that. That explains everything. Are you going to do that again? Is the question. I guess not if you're dead. Okay, that is dealing pretty good damage. What does this say? 2 times 4 dice of 16. Oh yeah, we're getting close to the 2 dice of 2 times 4 dice of 21. Some pretty good damage. Like for character creation, you gotta get currency to roll for premium busted added species or backgrounds. Yeah, like Cinder Acolyte would be one of those. If you have not tried Cinder Acolyte and you are a new player, try Cinder Acolyte. Cinder Acolyte is great. Mountain Dwarf Cinder Acolyte. Get Scorch absolutely everything, and use Ignis abilities very freely because at the end of the day you are supposed to abandon Ignis sooner rather than later. Once Ignis runs out of juice, you abandon Ignis. You see here the Orb of Sot. Well, that is Sot 5. I thought that it was going to be way, 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 way easier than it was, but the game decided to be extremely nasty. Yeah, I think that I am going to just call it there. I've already streamed almost, over an hour more than I originally intended. I'm going to come back at some point in the near future. It might be Saturday, but that's very unlikely. Sunday, that is more likely, or Monday, that is almost guaranteed. Um, like one of those 3 days, I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna finish doing 15 runes with this character. You had to spend $544 rolling on the octopod pool until you got the rare nonapod. The nonapod, oh my god. No, but that's terrible. Gacha is so vile. It is nice that I don't have that much disposable income because I don't waste it on that garbage. Um, yeah. Not to mention that there's great games that you can play for free, like Crawl, or for cheap, like Rift Wizard, um, and Slay the Spire as well. Yeah, that game is pretty cheap and pretty good. A non-opposed. It's gonna haunt my dreams. Um, but yeah, anyway, let's go to hell. Oh, that's gonna take me straight to the vestibule. I guess that I have to search for a gateway to hell and then just save the game here. And I was going to do that, but like SOT 5 was nasty. Um, yep. See you around. Thank you for the continued support, everyone. Don't forget to look at other people's streams because there's a decent amount of people who play Crawl. Also, if you can, and if you like what I do, um, consider like subscribing or donations or Patreon. That helps a lot. Or Prime, like if you can do Prime as well. That I would appreciate it a lot. I when I announced that I was not gonna be doing a lot more crawl, like that crawl was not really gonna be the focus of the channel anymore. Or the YouTube channel, I lost a decent amount of support on Patreon, and like that is understandable because people were like contributing on Patreon for crawl, but um yeah, ever since then it's been a little bit rough. So if you can contribute, I would definitely appreciate it. But anyway, now I am going to end stream for real. See you around, and I will be back at some point to finish this character.